Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, hello. And welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Soulframe. And at some point later, we'll have a Grin popping in. Oh, right, I need to set the game. Capture. There we go. So welcome back. Everyone's doing well. I believe Grin shows up in about 3 hours, give or take. Decided that in addition to Soulframe, I will also switch over to Hytale probably midway through the talking with Grin to kind of share some of the stuff that I've been doing in that, since he probably hasn't been able to catch the streams most of the time. Wrong button. At the moment, I'm mostly just doing faction missions and leveling gear, which, I mean, many will say that's like all you can do in this currently, which is fine, but it's still a beautiful game world and pretty satisfying combat, at least to me. And I believe in a couple days, maybe a bit later, the next dev talk, dev stream, whatever they exactly call it, about Soulframe is coming up, and we'll talk about what's upcoming. I believe it includes things like new hairstyles and a new way to customize your character with said hairstyles. I need to turn the game down a bit, it's a little loud. 50 should be fine. But yeah, there should be probably new weapons. I don't know when it's coming, but I know there's going to be a mount system involving the whichever wolf pup you chose to look after forming the bond with Orengal. And we at least have confirmation of crossbows as a new ranged weapon type. Not sure if they're going to be like two-handed or hand crossbow style. Wouldn't mind seeing both, because you can definitely make that work. There's at least talk of alternate styles of bows where you have like different firing types, different special attacks. So maybe they'll differentiate between like long and short, or bows that can like fire cluster shots or other sorts of things, I would imagine, rather than just having the arrow rain ability. Personally, I don't know when this will happen, but I'm hoping that we get more melee styles that are not just swords and dagger types and the like. I mean, we have one polearm that's a blunt damage type. So I'm hoping that we get some more blunt weapons, especially given the weapons the sinecure guys use, these guys. Because one of them definitely has like a hammer and shield, other enemies have had like big two-handed maces. So I'd like to see both as playable, especially since like shield doesn't specify what kind of main hand weapon you're using, it's just that you're using it with a shield, so they could definitely be pretty flexible with the weapon types provided. I could see them even doing short blades paired with shields, which would be cool. Enemies have also been using axes of different types as well, so I wouldn't mind seeing both one- and two-handed style axe weapons too. And then of course there's like other kinds of blades, like I'm sure at some point we're going to see some form of like katana type weapons. Maybe different fighting styles with pole arms that isn't just like halberd kind of motions. Here's the guy with the hammer. And while there's at least 2 runes for every weapon type, I'm hoping we'll see more variety with like elemental effects and such. So right now there's fire on melee weapons, and then voltaic for magic, but also arcanic also for magic. So hopefully arcanic and voltaic are added for melee weapon types too. I would enjoy that. And then like previous discussions we had where like new pact types would be interesting, like other forms of nature, including nature isn't just life, it includes decay. So we could definitely have like a other ideas that they've of course incorporated into Warframe, but with a new twist to it. I believe there's a virtue rework coming as well, so possibly packs are going to be a little more strict or rigid about like what weapons you'll be able to use and what virtue you're going to be focusing on.
Got a job for you, Legster?
Because at the moment, I believe it's like in most cases you're going to be using whatever your weapons virtue attunement is, but also generally your pact is going to scale best with courage, regardless of what you pick. With like Oshelda being one of the few that's
Go on then. Right.
better scaling, or just as much worth having spirit. And then very few things scale with grace to be worth it. Yeah, I'll go for the patrol. And while I've definitely noted this game has a lot learned from Warframe, or even developed for Warframe, I would not say it's just medieval fantasy Warframe. There's more to it than that. I've also seen some people making silly comments like, this game's just AI generated. It's like, I don't see that at all. I know AI can get pretty impressive nowadays, but nothing about this feels AI generated other than maybe the writing? I don't know. There's not enough writing to really tell. I think just people have any excuse that if they feel like it's worth criticizing, they're gonna say it's AI slop or whatever. I don't subscribe to that. I think it's ridiculous to be so. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, hopefully you're able to stick around for when Grin pops in, at least for a little while. Have I? I don't think I've gone to that fort before. Honestly, it's nice having a game where the longsword combat isn't one-handed most of the time. You know, others might call it clunky. I just feel like it's intentionally deliberate animation styles, so you're not necessarily a ninja blade master or anything. Do I have two different paths? It's confusing. Guess I can go for both. Not sure if I get any bonus XP for it, but why not? Well, technically I do, because it's fighting extra guys and collecting extra loot.
History is rewritten line by line.
Banana. No, it's not banana. Bran flakes. Oh no, I just need the meowing about bananas. Or I could add further to the chaos and recommend a song I just heard today. People joke that it's the Dutch national anthem. Oh, I guess the chest doesn't show up anymore. That's fine. That's cool. It's always nice to support small creators, especially if it appeals to a given niche that you're interested in. Though I have to ask, what version of Linux involves meowing? I'm sure there is one somewhere. That's interesting for sure. Although I was joking about it being Linux, but I guess if you're gonna be a programmer, it's the system to use.
Turn of dice for next bout. Come, Legion, lay your commons.
Ow.
Saved it. Pray don't turn back to
Yeah, I
sludge
mean,
tomorrow.
it kind of makes sense to watch someone that's learning something. You could potentially learn along the way with them and take it at a more relaxed pace. And if there's anything that you know that they're struggling with, you can help. I've had a couple of those moments over the years when attending other streamers' content where one that stays vivid in my mind was helping out a streamer I like to watch from time to time, and they were, I think, playing one of the Far Cry games. I think it was 5 at the time, and they didn't know that, like, pretty much any blue waypoint marker counts as a fast travel point, and they were very grateful because they had been up like quite late playing it, so they were happy to be able to wrap up that much sooner. It just feels good to be able to help people. Let's see. Yeah, there's a note. Here we go. Saudi Way. Did I? Yes, I did. Alright, I should go collect my tab key isn't working. Is it because I'm technically still on a mission? Yeah, okay, never mind. Just the marker was not working.
Reporting enemy.
Is that all of them? It's acting like there's a task here. Had some other fun, brief memories with, like, interacting with some other VTubers and such. Like, I ended up discovering one back when I was playing, like, a year or two's worth of Animal Crossing daily. And I was doing some posts for, like, holidays and things like that in-game. And found a VTuber thanks to them liking one of my posts, and I was surprised that anyone would notice.
Time to ward our Alka, big legs. Don't get those kickers in a twist. I'll show you the routes.
It does make me feel like at times I should definitely utilize other forms of social media more. I'm sure it would help, especially nowadays. It would help extend the reach of my channel.
In Aurora's name, do we tend this plane? Maybe she'll come back again.
I think the other quest bugged out. I don't recall getting it finished, which is annoying because it was a tier 3. Oh well. Well, let's try the other one then. Go this way.
Subject of treason! Stone icon!
It's a really good lightning and thunder effect. Is that just ambient noise? There's a boat.
Alky's children are saying hold up in Hillidan. Bad day for allergies. Take care of our Alka, will you?
Maybe I can't do it while doing this. I thought I could before. I have to relog.
Here, more memories unforgotten.
So he wants to play. Rise, Legion!
It's fun having a function of the game not work. But I guess I'm...
There's your right, Stan. Easy as photosynthesis.
Didn't kill it though. It's too far away for me to revive the rat. Something's acting odd. I was hoping a game that doesn't use Steam would be less prone to issues on Tuesdays. Let me just relog. Maybe that'll fix something. There we go. It's working now.
I know. More wasted coal. So we begin. Forgive me. Good. Thick as slag. But it sings.
still finding places I haven't been, which is definitely nice. Aim further up. I'm always struggling to figure out how to drop that one. I guess it's not too important. There's a light puzzle. Okay, so that's going nowhere. Now that's reflecting on something. Yep, looks like I did it.
recognize another penitent of ashen allies. My torch is yours.
Map's being all strange too, acting like I haven't explored chunks, which maybe I didn't. There it goes. Yeah, I was up there. Game's just been acting odd today. Perhaps it was a good thing I made the last minute decision to also do Hytale today. Since I figured it'd be something Grin and I could definitely talk a lot about. At least I would hope. Yeah, map just like re-fogging, which is strange. Maybe it's based off of layers. Could be. Maybe Tuesday just happens to be maintenance day for most games. This is a bit new. Nah, I guess it's just a different angle. Where did they go? Guess it's just a weird behavior day today. Did it get stuck somewhere and die? Which isn't great, because they drop a key. Right, January 30th is going to be the next dev stream. Bug frame for now.
Got a job for you, Legster.
So, a notable thing is that the virtue rework apparently is going to be changing how we don't have to assign points anymore, and instead we like meditate and I guess pick a virtue focus or something. Something along those lines, I'm not entirely sure. But seems interesting. Well, no more on the 30th, apparently. I mean, it could be the stream. I'm not noticing a issue for my phone. There's a delay, at least, but that's normal. Like, is it having connection issues at all? This is the buggiest this game has been. Can't say if it's my network being an issue or what. I can't move. I'm just gonna restart the game entirely. At this rate, I might just hold off on playing more of this until they get the next update out.
Got a job for you, Legster. Meteor rights done. Easy as photosynthesis.
See if I get lucky and find the farming arena. This might be it. Nope. That might lead to it, though. Well, I hope they don't fumble with it. Yeah, I mean, people are dubbing it Concord 2 for a reason. also like their whole like announcement trailer was probably promising way more than they could actually deliver. Like, from the people that brought you Titanfall 2 and Apex Legends, it's like, not really. It's only like maybe half of the team at best. And even then, it was like specific roles. I think it backfired. Well, regardless of the circumstances, I'm feeling like it's gonna not go very well for them. The game could be fun, but in a lot of ways it just reminded me of like Paladins with a little more open zone. Frankly, Paladins, while it has its moments of being a pretty decent game, it's also like, hey, let's ride the coattails of more popular hero shooter type titles. Yeah. I mean, I liked Battleborn the most out of any of the initial start of that genre. But that's also because it wasn't just a competitive multiplayer game. It had co-op, it had operations, it had stuff that I like. It just, unfortunately, had 2K and Gearbox steering it into the ground. And Marvel Rivals has proven that I definitely approve more of their monetization system and such. I'm glad we're seeing more free-to-play games take the shift towards like, don't buy power, buy cosmetics. Look cool. Yes, you might perform better or worse with a skin. And people joke that that's still pay to win at that point, but some people just like looking cool while they do cool things. And I don't see a problem with that. And having all the maps and modes and characters be completely free is the way to go. Yeah. I mean, even with Riot, like, they had a limited time, lifetime unlock of all champions. So it's like, they just got too greedy. Even their fighting game 2XKO I think is really cool in concept, but I don't like that Not only is there, it's a free-to-play fighting game, but you should just get the characters, make everything else be cosmetic. It's the same fault that like Gundam Evolution had was, oh, we're gonna try to make a competitor to Overwatch, but we're gonna follow all the same pitfalls that they had and have it be that we're gonna sell new characters that are objectively better than the ones you have for free. And I was like, that's not how you make a successful game. Yeah. It's fine having, like, I think Killer Instinct was one of the few games that managed to do it decently, where they pretty much have a free version of the game that then you have like a trial rotation of characters that's like on a weekly thing, and then it's like, okay, well, if you like the game enough, buy the game and you get access to everyone. But having it be free to play or not, having characters locked behind paywalls and other such limitations is not the way to go. You shouldn't, like, DLC is one thing, but that's if it's a already paid game and it's post-launch content. But we've had controversies in the past where like Capcom has locked content on the disc that you had to pay for just to get access to. Now that sucks for Last Epoch. But I guess I'm not too surprised the game has been kind of falling out of the radar for people. So they probably needed the money, and then I didn't even realize that they were doing new classes. Meanwhile, like Grim Dawn just keeps surprising people, be like, by the way, here's another content drop, new character, all this stuff. Well, yeah, but now we have it where fighting games are turning into live services even after the release, so it's fine to have like post-launch characters that weren't ready at launch. Like that's fine. I don't mind that. But when it's a free-to-play fighting game with an initial roster, you shouldn't lock half of the roster behind a paywall. It's like, it's fine if they're post-launch, but you shouldn't be locking characters that are ready to go. Yeah, unfortunately, now, Grim Dawn is just, for game feel, falling behind. But I would say it's also, like, a great option if you're wanting a more, more retro classic feeling. Nowadays, it's retro. I mean, with how, at least the original Path of Exile, it's hard for me to enjoy that kind of game, because what it boils down to is, what ability do you want to spam? Okay, this is your build. And it was like, you just invest all of your support gems into one ability, and that's just all you do. It's like, hey, it's flashy, but it's like essentially the same end result. And it's just how people do that. Whereas I prefer having like synergies with abilities and having like a mix of things to do, which is where I was liking what I tried of Path of Exile 2. Normally I would have gone like a lightning build, but I ended up going for a freeze monk, and it was pretty fun. Maybe not optimal, but I didn't care. And at some point I want to check it out again, since the druid seems pretty fun. And I'm still waiting on Templar to make a return as well. Yeah. I would agree, like, definitely Diablo 3 was pretty solid for what it did, at least after it had its expansion that saved it. Yeah, so I mean, that's a better style build and definitely more complicated, but rewarding, I would say. But I don't know, it was, at least back when I had played it, but it's been years, it just felt like it boiled down to pick a skill, this is what you do. And I don't like playing that way. Which is probably why I don't play the game. Because I'd rather not tear my hair out just trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, even PoE 2 kind of boils down to that, but it's at least a little less like that. There are ways to kind of find fun builds that are not as common, or try a different weapon or fighting style or skill set that you want. I much prefer keeping to at least a theme rather than one ability. So like a storm monk or lightning, I guess, or a ice monk, or werebear druid, or werewolf druid, or I guess wyvern is the third variant that you can go with druids, which is cool. It's different. And at least it seems like each option for that was cool, but that's one reason why I really liked Last Epoch. I mean, I don't know if I'll like it as much anymore after changes that are happening, but what I loved about Last Epoch was, okay, you have your skill build, but every skill has its own separate skill tree. So you pick your favorite set of skills, and then you level up skills from there, and each one has like all sorts of different modifiers. So you can turn your werebear into elemental, you can turn it into ice, you can turn it into just raw bleed, and each one has like its own playstyle, and then you can level it up by putting skills into adjacent, or like the werebear form has moves that are also available for the druid, so if you put points into those skills, you also level up that attack for the werebear form, or whatever you happen to be doing. But that's just one way to play druids, because they also have like the treant form, which is a little more of a caster focus with like summons, and then you have the swarm blade, which was more of the DPS, fast melee build and all that sort of stuff, and that's just druid, which is one version of like the primalist, which I thought was really cool. I mean, I'd be willing to at least try the game, but try it again. But I agree. It's when they get sold, it's likely not gonna last much longer. Yeah. So like every, and that's a branch within a branch within a branch of a core class. Primalist was not just that. You could go druid, but you could also go beastmaster and go all summon focus and have different branches of that summon. And then I think there was just like a spellcaster version of primalist or something, that, or melee or something, elemental, shaman, something like that, that focused instead on like you being your own force of nature rather than shape-shifting or summoning creatures and animals. So I thought that was just so cool, and that was just one class, and every skill had its own branch, had its own skill tree. You could, and each one had different variations on what you could do with every skill. And then they had similarly with like the Void Knight or whatever, I forget, a Sentinel, but you could go Void Knight, and that was like the main one that had like the spin to win build. But then there was like Forge, which like was more of a summoner tank kind of theme, and then it's just like a lot of cool ideas. So it's just a shame it didn't really do enough to keep people's attention. Yeah, so yep. So I tried that. I went Void Knight with the Sentinel and had fun with it. Like, yeah, it's kind of the antithetical to my point of not liking a one skill or one trick pony kind of build in the RPG, but I was trying to make use of other aspects of the Void Knight. It's just that when you're like mobbing, you just cleave through them like a dervish. Just spinning all through them. I mean, when you're not wanting to think about how you're going to solve a problem, yeah. But again, it's just like one of many ways to play. I liked it for its theme. And that was just one branch of one subclass of one class. So I love that idea. And it allowed for like so many different permutations of a core concept.
Time to order Alka, big legs. Don't get those kickers in a twist.
It's a mix
I'll
of
show you
both.
the routes.
I'm not good with rhythm stuff, and the timing often is off even if I press the right button. There's like a slight bit of input lag. Tried to make it a little easier by rebinding two of the buttons, and even that's not really helping enough. But even when I'm pressing the right thing at the right time.
More grace for the soil.
I mean, that's part of it. It's like, I'm not doing that mechanic unless if I'm doing the music part, so... And it's different for when taming the animals or getting the totems versus... when you're trying to just do those things with a predetermined song, and it works differently. It's like two different mini games tied to the music. And so that throws me off when I forget which type I'm trying to do. Because one's more of a Simon Says, and the other one's more of a Guitar Hero.
Walker, kill!
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all been there before with being like, oh, well, it's gonna be better now that they don't get to do this or that, or that they have a different head of things, or we're self-publishing and we're just as greedy as we ever have been. Destiny. Yeah. For the most part. And they've been very different results. I forget if Warframe or Digital Extremes had become part of Tencent. I can't remember. There's definitely a time when they kept trying to make games, or they were under orders to make more games than Warframe. I think it was like maybe a Korean or a different Chinese company for a time. I don't know if that's still the case. It was just kind of messy. It was a time when they were trying to make more games, and almost all of them, no, all of them flopped, aside from Warframe. And it's at least a Chinese company was involved, because almost every time that happens, the game gets a Sun Wukong reference, at least. Yeah. But it's like, you can tell when a game has some sort of financial support from a Chinese company. Is like, does it have Sun Wukong? Okay, well, that's probably the case, given it's a folk hero character of their culture. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't get any less uninspired after a while. Yeah. So for a time, before Wayfinder, DE was trying to release or develop and release more games to make them money under their orders, as far as I could tell. And most of that didn't succeed, so I think they managed to convince them to just mostly stick with Soulframe, or Warframe, until much more recently with Steve getting promoted to CEO, and now he's heading the development of Soulframe. And while I feel like the naming could have been a little different, I think it's fine.
Got a job
Go
for
ahead.
you, Legster.
I mean, sometimes companies have a lot of money no matter what they do, and they decide to get involved in businesses that they have no experience in. More money than sense. Although, if Warframe had the ability to, like, order food online, would be great. Like, from that company. Similar to, like, back in the day with, like, EverQuest, I think it was, where you had a chat command to order Domino's pizza. And part of the reason they did that, for one, to have a collaborative money-making scheme, but also so they could avoid having players just play their games without taking breaks or eating. Yeah, I thought it was Tencent was part of the acquisition. And that sounds more likely the ones that were at the time telling them to, like, go make this game, go make us more money with more games, rather than just make more money with Warframe, which is... Okay. Another reason why this particular music minigame throws me off is when it's doing that, some reason your mouse gets unlocked from the window, so sometimes the mouse moves off the screen onto my second monitor. So that time I pressed the right thing, but it was on the wrong screen. Might be a way for me to lock the mouse to the screen. I'll check after I finish this encounter. But yeah, I mean, I'll never claim to be good at rhythm games. It's not my thing. I played Rock Band generally on the easiest, which is a little annoying because I would have liked to play higher difficulty songs, but then I didn't like that the moment you turn the difficulty up by 1 notch, it's like, okay, now all of the buttons need to be in use rather than just 3. I was like, could I have faster, more rhythmic, but with the 3 button limit? And the answer generally was no, you can't do that. The moment you go from easy to medium, you're now having to use the entire set of buttons. And I was like, well, there's no transitionary point there.
Saved it.
Pray it don't turn
But
back
I
to
just-
sludge tomorrow.
I like music, but I'm not the most rhythmic. Which, if and when I do a stream of, like, Hi-Fi Rush, we'll see how well I do. Maybe it'll be better, maybe it won't. Input lag will probably be the issue most of all. But let's see, can I get it so the mouse stays? Mouse thumb button is back. I mean, I don't even have a thumb button to press for that. There's no reason to leave that on. I don't know if there's a way to lock. I don't see a way to lock the mouse to the window. You would think it would be at least in here. Don't think it'd be under display settings. Maybe it's under here. Show HUD margins, no. Social, probably not. It's not under accessibility. Yep, that's just the issue. I don't think there's a way for me to lock it unless if I set it to like full screen, and even then. And it's one of the problems is like you don't even see the mouse cursor while doing the music thing, so the mouse could just happen to be near the edge of the screen and then go over to the second monitor. Now, obviously I wouldn't be paying attention. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to use another tool to fix an issue. Let's see if the enemy doesn't spawn into somewhere I can't reach this time.
See at home.
Didn't even see what I picked up that she's talking about. Probably something I've already crafted though. Fire! I'm enjoying it, but it is something that you definitely have to go into with understanding that it's a very early access game. Some people are calling it pre-alpha. I mean, I would say it's just alpha at this point. It's just very early development. A lot's going to be changing over the course of months to however many years it takes them. And just like Warframe, it'll probably be considered in a perpetual beta once it is in its 1.0 state. Just expect things to change. Yeah, like I would say it's probably just tripping people up because they call it the preludes is what the version of this game is called. And so they hear prelude, so then they just go pre-alpha with it. So I would blame mostly the content creators. I don't know if any devs are calling it that because they have their own word for it. But if you are familiar with Warframe enough where like you've played the open world aspects, you've played... It's weird I got that again. But if you want to play something that's slower paced with like a mix of like Witcher 3 and a little bit of Souls-like elements and a lean into melee, but there's also ranged and magic playstyles that you can mix and match. They're about to have a heavy rework of the virtue system, which is like your core stats. So if I go over here to my tent, the current system, which is going to get a rework pretty soon here where it's going to be easier to navigate, but the virtues right now as they are is you'll generally have a core stat mostly defined by whatever your weapon types you're using, but also by whatever your current pact is set to, which your pact is essentially your Warframe's ability kit. But you're currently, it's like, okay, whatever your main weapons are, just pump points into that and it will scale better. If it also happens to be the best stat for your pact, all the better, but otherwise right now it's just like tied to your weapons. This is getting reworked. I don't know exactly how it's going to be. We're going to learn more on the 30th. So right now this is like, take this with a grain of salt. This is changing pretty dramatically in like the next major update. Otherwise you have weapon category skill trees, which is a pretty cool system. So the more of a given weapon type you use, the stronger it's going to become, because every time you level up, similar to Warframe, if you master gear, it goes towards your mastery level, which is what I have up here. But every time you level up weapons, they get like at least 5 points per unique weapon of a category. And then from there, you can invest into different skills for that weapon. So in this case, I've had 3 different long blades that I've leveled up. So I've been able to put points into just about everything with like more extra investments in these 4 nodes. And I'm not sure if they're going to rework this again or something. I'm not certain on how that's changing. If you are familiar with Warframe's modding system, this is essentially the modding system. You go around collecting totem spirits from animals in the world as you save them. Each one has specific weapons they apply to, and often share like a theme, but each one, like the lithe squirrel for the longsword, if I place it in defense, it gives parry window. If I place it in offense, it gives it attack speed. And if I put it into utility, or whatever you'd call this section, it changes, like, it adds an additional chance to smite enemies, which is a core mechanic in the game for like activating your rune that you have for your weapon. Yeah, I would say that I find it's worth it. It's a matter of which character you would want to, or which like starter class you would want to start with. Since right now it's like either you get an invite code or you buy a Founders Pack, which was introduced with the latest Prelude. And the Founders Packs are, I think, 30 on their own. Or you get the big pack, which has the most stuff, and it's all the stuff combined. If you want to do something similar to if you happened to miss out on being a founder for Warframe and didn't, or miss out on Excalibur Prime. Alright, well, hopefully you'll be able to at least listen in when Grin shows up. But I would say I'm enjoying it. I find I like it perhaps more than I've enjoyed Warframe in the past. I've also been taking a pretty long break from Warframe because I had some personal gripes that weren't really resolved for a while, and I also, anytime I would try to come back, I would just be so far behind in the content that it was just hard to enjoy my time with it. But if you like Warframe, there's a lot here that is familiar. If you like other games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls and The Witcher 3, it's kind of got a blend of inspirations, but like you'll also notice that it has just a lot of open world elements that were developed for like Plains of Eidolon and Fortuna and those game modes, or more recently where is it Duviri mode where you play as the Drifter and that sort of stuff too. So all those layers have kind of gone into the development of this, so it's going to feel familiar, but it's also going to feel pretty different. I like being able to like customize my character with like different armor and other things like that. I like having the different weapon types. I do wish sidearms were a little more potent and easier to level up without having to go to a very specific dungeon instance that may or may not even have the little room that you want. But I would say I'm enjoying it. It was worth it enough where I got a code from Bolty, tried it out, liked it enough, bought up the Founders Pack, and enjoying it that much more. But it's something where it's like, if you're okay with a game being very much a work in progress, it's worth it. If you're not okay with that, I would wait. It's been a fun time, but it's also got a lot of development to go. It's not going to be in a finalized state or a full feature complete state for a long time. Like, we don't have a mount system yet. They only recently introduced like fast traveling, where every day after you complete a specific mission you get a little like acorn seed from this plant here, and you can get 1 to 3, which allows you to fast travel because the map's big enough to elicit needing to do so. But otherwise, I'm not much of a game reviewer personally. I like what I like. I found this was scratching a itch that I didn't realize I had. And has kind of renewed interest in what Digital Extremes has been working on. I'll probably be getting back into Warframe, especially with the alerts they're doing for Year of the Horse with Daggeth. So it'd be nice to kind of take that opportunity to jump back into it soon, but I'm not going to do so yet. Maybe closer to start of next month. But a lot of what the game boils down to at the moment is you have a handful of quests that you can replay. Otherwise, once you finish those up, you just have the current map to explore with various like points of interest that you have to return to over time to then like discover the full names of. You have world trees that unlock fast travel points once you complete a specific mission. You have entrances to dungeons, which there's like 4 different types. So there's the Glates, there's the Nyathuns, there's the Undercity, and the Crypts. And each one, similar to like a Warframe mission, are instanced with a tile set and can be random, at least semi-procedural, where you'll get different rooms and different objectives within the dungeons. So no 2 visits to a dungeon will feel exactly the same, though you will find eventually you'll get used to a lot of tiles. And they have some built-in puzzles and stuff like that. So a lot of their experience with Warframe has gone into this, and that's not a bad thing. And I would say it's worth it if you're okay with it being in an early state. If you want a complete game, this is not one. It won't be for some time. It'll probably be at least another year or 2 minimum before they reach their so-called 1.0 sort of open access beta. And there's just going to be more content. If you want to be part of something that has a lot of potential and has a lot of interesting ideas to eventually expand upon, I would say go for it. If you can, I would at least recommend signing up to get a potential invite. There's at least free options to get into the preludes now, or actually has been, only very recently has there been the Founders Pack option, which just guarantees access instead. Or you can potentially get a code from someone else. But otherwise, if you've enjoyed Warframe a lot and you want to support the devs in their next big project, this is the way to do it. Whatever way you decide. It won't feel like Warframe because you're slower. You aren't going to have bullet jumping. Melee is at least a little more of a focus, though people find that ranged combat, especially with the bow, currently is like the strongest way to play and the safest way to play. But I mean, that's generally the case. You play as a sniper, you're not going to be in close quarters most of the time. And if you are, you're not doing your job as a sniper. But I enjoy it. I like exploring around. The content does kind of dry up, unless if you don't mind the repetition, which, if you're an avid Warframe player, I would say you'd probably be fine with the repetition. But I think they've already got a good foundation. I mean, it's 12 preludes in, so really it's more than a foundation at this point. Good framework and good bones to it. And there's more on the horizon. As I said, there's like, maybe wait and see if you check out their dev stream on the 30th and see what more there is to say, and if the Preludes 13 comes out soon after or on the day of. Don't know yet. maybe that'll be a good time to jump in. I think the Founders packs will be available at least until the Preludes, or until the end of the Preludes. But I don't know when that is. There's no definitive date for that. And then, in addition to the 4 dungeons, there's like, I don't know, there's bosses, world bosses dotted all over the map that each reward, at least one each rewards a rune and some exclusive gear drops. And the runes are hard to get, but you just gotta kill the bosses and hope that you luck out. If you're, as I've already said, if you're familiar with Warframe, it's not gonna be that different. And there's the Koga mode, which I have not dabbled in yet, but it's essentially like a harder mode that kind of changes the overworld, and then you go and hunt down the bosses for more challenging content and getting more rewards out of it with new runes that are exclusive to that mode. But I would say, just to put in short words, it's worth it to me, because, again, as I said, I tried it thanks to a invite code, and then I got it for myself because I felt like it was worth supporting. And if you like Warframe and want more, but that with a different flavor, this would be up your alley probably. If you'd rather just stick with Warframe, probably stick with that. If you wanted something with a more medieval fantasy flavor, I find it's definitely satisfying, and I'm someone that prefers sci-fi when I get a chance, but I like sci-fi with a melee focus, which can't get much of outside of like Star Wars and maybe Phantasy Star. And maybe it's better in Warframe lately, but I wish it had more of a emphasis on the melee combat like this does to a degree. Like, I wish I could just use it and have like proper controls rather than having a separate bindings to it. But I'm a mouse and keyboard person, so maybe it's not as much of an issue for a controller. Many have said that this feels better with the controller, outside of maybe precision aiming with like bows and things. But if you're the type that enjoys a game like Warframe and you come back from time to time when there's new content to check out, but you don't necessarily have it be what you play all the time, this might still be up your alley. It's more so that just because it's still early development. But it's got a nice big map, and since we don't have a mount system yet, but that is coming, outside of the fast travel thing, which is a consumable item, there's plenty to just explore. It does have multiplayer. Its connection netcode isn't the best currently from what I've seen, you'll have syncing issues. But it still uses similar networking as Warframe. Even the HUD interface is very similar.
Here, more memories unforgotten.
But similar to, it's practically how I would liken it is like playing Plains of Eidolon or Fortuna or similar regions in Warframe, but this is just the game. It's not a side mode, it's not a just part-time activity. You are just in the world, you in the open world, and it's just, that's the full game experience that you're gonna have, rather than returning to your ship. I mean, yes, I can at any time go into the Nightfold, but it's just for like managing your gear. This will have probably more story stuff tied to it. This is access to the market. This is just like a communication thing. This is how you modify your character's dyes, and then you also have, I guess they gave me some Moonsteel thread. I'll leave that be for now. But you also brew some consumable items. This is also how you make more to get access to the Koga, which has, just like Warframe, you gotta collect resources and spend those resources. Changing your colors are free, but access to colors will require either like faction progress, or a handful of these are from the Founders Packs, these 4. But changing colors is always free. Bestitching, I think, is getting a slight rework, so I would hold off on spending any Moonsteel thread if you have any. You would want to wait a bit, but once they do implement it fully, anytime you bestitch an appearance of something, that becomes available at all times. You don't have to do it again. It's not per item, or, well, not per whatever you have equipped. Instead, that becomes available as a cosmetic you can just change to whenever. So at the moment, it's just like a gear system, and you can customize it with colors. You're not given much early on, but if you progress a faction, you'll get some colors, and then you can switch factions weekly and get more progression that way. Let's see, I have only 1 point. Don't really care too much about the Spectre Strike, but I may want... Nah, never mind. None of this really fits what I'm doing. Perfect throw window might be worth it, but I'm gonna focus on getting Smitten, Wrist Brace, and Twist of Luck. For swords, I need at least 1 more point. Yeah, they don't have a window, so I'll either do Smitten or Final Blow. Probably Smitten to start with. And for the Pact, I have some extra points. Underground, low life triggers increased attack speed. That's useful. Probably do both points into that. So in about 35 minutes, about a half an hour, McFlufferkins should be popping in. If all's going well on his end, and then I can showcase the game to him, and then switch over to Hytale when our topics shift.
Oh, you the nut in the west been hammering all day and night. Leaving me tired as is.
No, so I found another juniper part, I think.
Wolf baits the lamb.
And these cutscenes are clearly work in progress, but they are, I think, memories of our character. I might need to look up where to get the third piece for Juniper.
Drop it. Good mode. Mora's Morning. You know that song. Might be hope for our minnow yet. An envoy you'll be. Ah! To practice. A wisp there. Dreary long. Hoping no minnow comes snatching it up. If you're so smart, let's see you use it. Rushed is no way for witches. In the morrow, you'll try again. Now, run fetch me some bangle nuts for this cake of yours. Eye on skies, remember. Oh, and happy burn day!
A little odd. It's the intro to the game, technically, with just some slight additions. But that should be all of the juniper bow parts. I did it correctly.
I know. How can I do better?
So I might as well go ahead and start making it. It's one such weapon that you can't make more than once, so recommended you don't. Get rid of it if you don't have the space.
So we begin. Forgive me.
I think I've got everything that I can make. Guess I still haven't made Witten, but I need 7 more pearls. I need to get this from the factions so I get access to the other 2 factions. This is currently being made. I think I already have these. And I haven't made the charm, I'm pretty sure. But I think I have the boots. Unfortunately, they don't indicate if you've already crafted armor, and I don't think there's a reason to make more than 1 set. Okay, yeah, I don't have the Forget Fire legs. So it'd be reason to do that. Let me double check if I have the Cardinal Talisman. I do not, so both of those at least haven't been made yet, so I can still craft them.
I know. More wasted coal.
So we've got Bog and Myrtle, Duck Halleck, Juniper, and Needle-Eye. This will potentially be done when I'm done, before I'm done streaming today, but I'm going to be switching over to Hytale by that point, so...
Barely made.
So I just need to make this.
Too soon.
I haven't gotten Dwellian yet. There's a handful of bosses I still need to farm. I don't think I've made this. Yeah, I need to get more of these pieces. Need to get the finished Erst Root. The rest of the other armors, Nourash and Tessard, I haven't made yet. The rest of these armors and Wizard's Wish, and then there's some other stuff that I still haven't even found the first parts of.
Alka's children are saying hold up in Hillyden. Bad day for allergies. Take care of our Alka, will you?
Singer shreds. No, I've actually... I think that's the last piece that I haven't crafted. Maybe. Not like there's much I can do with duplicates. I think I still need about, like, 10,000 more reputation, but might as well check.
Oi! Leggy!
I'll definitely be grabbing those when I ever get the chance. Another 20 minutes or so, and Grin should be popping in.
You'll be needing a proper sprout folk name.
Yep, just about
And
10,000.
then, before the price goes up. Give the ground a knock if you need me.
Rex, a little help.
This is a new side mission for this dungeon. New room for me too. That's cool. Let's see. Navigate through here. Always gotta remember to check the weapon racks, although I haven't been getting brass from these.
Ah, damn. I thought that was gonna be a good one, that was. Ah.
Found something, have you? I'll try not to see it through it. The envoy nears. Pray, we continue after. Will be brittle beyond. Huh? Not a terrible court.
recognize another penitent of ashen allies. My torch is yours.
Minutes, give or take. I should get my talking points pulled up just to have it ready to go. Guess there wasn't a different exit for this or something. Or it's tucked away in a spot I haven't found. Let's see. Oh, I see. It's probably down there. Good dodge.
do. But I cannot.
Away and kill!
Much longer to rank up that. Actually need to check and remind myself what the other abilities are supposed to be doing. Stagger and stun, okay. And increased defense, useful. Increased defense. It's a taunt with increased damage. And then just higher attack speed, which probably is a good reason for me to swap in attack speed. Try that. Sidearm. Probably go ahead and give myself a bit more magic armor. Slow buffed. Good to go. Oh, Grin should be here in just any second now. I hope. Well, there he is in the chat at least.
No. How can I do better?
Well, while he's about to pop in, I might as well switch to the weapon that has his namesake for some reason. The Grin Shortblade. I think I've got it set up. Yeah, that's probably is good enough. As for...
Can you hear me, Fluff?
Yep, there you are.
Also, it never really clicked in my head when you said Grin, like legit. Grin is spelled with two N's, unlike to be weird, like to not be Grin. You know what I mean? So the fact that it's exactly two N's is weird.
Yeah.
I never really clicked in my head.
Well.
Oh. How is this game?
It's quite good.
It looks great. You have a fucking weird arm and shit. Jesus.
Yep. So that represents whatever pact you have as a special sleeve. So it's the equivalent of a Warframe, but you get to roam around.
Oh, this is the game. Okay.
Yeah. So this is
that game.
This is Soulframe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I've got the weapon equipped. It's a pretty cool looking short blade.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. The whole game, lightning, everything, armor. It's not what I expected. Is it very alien?
It's definitely more grounded than Warframe, but the enemies are, I guess, from space and have been trying to like take over. So like that's
yeah, like, you're like colonizing a planet and stuff like that. So you're seeing weird structures off in the distance.
So that's like one of their ships, I think, and then they have these walls, and you're trying to kind of fend them off as best you can, and reclaim nature and protect it. You're the.
It looks very cool.
Yeah.
Outside of sorry, I was gonna say outside of the like I'm assuming it's Warframe, so you run around and slash shit up. But is there anything else like Builder? Because it almost looks like a Builder game where like you could build like a house.
Not at the moment, no. It's purely just roam around, big open map.
Gotcha.
If you're at all familiar with the open world zones from Warframe, it's a lot of that kind of flowed into development for this. So it's like going around in the plains of Eidolon or Fortuna or similar.
Oh, yeah. Open world type
and
stuff.
then you have your faction quests, which you can only be part of one faction at a time, but they pretty much made it like doing the open world questing. So you can see on the top of the screen, there's the different icons. I'm going to activate a tier 3. Oh,
what's a tier 3?
It's like 3 stages. In this case, it's like I have one objective, and then I can get a choice of what I do, which, I mean, these are the same, so it really doesn't matter. And then you have like a tough kind of mini boss to fight at the end.
So, like stuff around the map to do, like go kill bosses, go get loot, go give like material, maybe something like that. Is that the gist?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
similar to Warframe, it has like the mechanics of getting lots of resources, crafting things that take real time.
Yeah. I'm looking at the gameplay right now. You slashing people up, and it looks like it's got decent weight, but it also looks like it kind of has that Assassin's Creed floatiness where you're hitting somebody and they kind of just like unfazed, but blood spurts out of all of them, you know?
Like a lot of people would say, like, rather than it feeling like a Souls-like, it's more a Witcher 3-like.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, yeah.
And I would have to agree, but I would say like it still has like little bits of Souls elements thrown in, like the ability to revive if you go down.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna say, on the topic of Witcher, do you hear about the fact that they're gonna make another DLC, or there's rumors that they're gonna make another
yeah, I
DLC
was
before
a little
the next
surprised, but it gives me like it's reminiscent to Borderlands 3 or no 2, like leading up to Borderlands 3 release, they did that new DLC that was like really late addition to the game.
Yeah, but it was a really good momentum taking it to the next game.
Yeah.
I just wonder what they're going to do with lore drops. Are they going to be like, okay, you know how this ended? Because I actually never beat The Witcher, but like I'm assuming it ended in a way that like either Geralt's story is.
It's a game that had multiple endings, so the assumption
what's the canon
is,
ending?
well, given that what the next game is going to be about, the canon ending seems to be that Geralt trains her as a Witcher. And so the canon ending is, well, that's not guaranteed. That's one of many endings, but that is the canon ending that they're choosing for Witcher 4.
So you think a DLC is going to revolve around that? Is like building that out?
Yeah, it seems that way. Like, I think even the images people teased was showing her and Geralt together, so I would imagine either she's going to be playable or you play as Geralt and are leading up to the next game.
Do you think Geralt's going to be alive in the next game?
Well, it's not like he had a reason to die. He's just not going to be.
Well, that's what I wonder about this DLC is like, there's like, that's so when you mentioned the Borderlands thing. Borderlands to me seemed like it kind of snuck in a bunch of random shit at the end to be like, here's stuff that kind of connects you to the sequel, but it kind of wouldn't have had any direct correlation. So I wonder if they're going to add any sort of like heavy narrative swings in there that kind of make like, oh, what?
I feel like I would upset a lot of people to kill off Geralt.
Yeah, maybe.
Just because he might not be playable, killing him off seems, even though technically he did die in the books.
Oh, he does? Jesus.
Yeah. Well, actually, the games take place after the endings of the original books, and he was supposedly dead, but he was able to come back somehow. I don't remember how they touched on how, but he had amnesia in the process.
Yeah, I remember it was like Triss like lied to him. It's a whole big thing. All that.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you call it, Fluff? Outside of all that, how was your day? What'd you get up to today?
Well, outside of prepping for the streaming this, was chatting earlier with Bolty and Nub. Since both of them.
This too.
Yep. And just talking about how the game was. I was having some weird bugs with the game, and I was like, well, it's a little strange because I was trying to avoid playing a game that uses Steam, because this doesn't.
Yeah.
But,
it doesn't?
At least currently. Is a standalone client, because it's in pre-alpha or alpha, whatever state they want to call it. I wouldn't call it pre-alpha. I agree with Nub said earlier that it was like pre-alpha is like it doesn't have playable assets. Like it's not.
I was about to say this looks good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. This is definitely. And they've been growing it bit by bit. Like so, this is not as large as it started. This whole map.
With that being said, I was gonna say with Warframe is still technically in the early access or whatever it's called, right?
It's in beta, yeah. So
beta. Sorry. So they have weird standard anyway over there.
Well, you get to see the revival mechanic where I have a. Normally it's a bird, but I have a little rat with wings. Yeah.
There's a rat with wings. Jesus.
Yeah. This is actually tied to a little story element where you meet this witch that is all about rats and such, and she calls them poppets. And then in the process, she like turns your bird into a little flying rat, calling it a floppet. And so you get that as a cosmetic for free after completing that quest.
Yeah, well, first of all, it sounds awesome. The story sounds like it's willing to have a lot of fun. But I was gonna say, to me, it's such a weird thing to go with like to me, alien world and then fantasy. To me, they kind of like defang each other in a weird way. Like the feeling, like one of the coolest parts about fantasy is that it feels like nothing makes sense, you know. But this seems like it's kind of also.
It's similar to having like a like we're so used to post-apocalypse being based on modern day setting, so it's like always post-nuclear war or something. But then we've had some people try, like Grim Dawn is more of a Black Powder era timeline, and then it had a post-apocalypse moments where it's like, how do they deal with it with like magic, sure, but also having like older technology. So in the case of this game, you have it where you're in this planet called Alka, and specifically at the moment this island of the planet called Midrath. So there's plans to like expand the planet more and more. So similar to Warframe having like the star system, instead it's just going to be one large planet that you get to gradually explore with as they develop more and more content for it.
Yeah, that probably sounds cool. But
you are a more, it's like kind of, it's in this like weird like medieval Europe, but also mixing in like Celtic stuff and Native American, and it's like kind of this blend of different cultures. So there's like totems and magic and
the armor,
spiritual things, and your abilities that you act as an envoy. You have this unusual arm, which seems to be tied to the invaders. Not sure how exactly that works. They haven't really elaborated further, but they have this people from another planet. So it's like coming to a planet where it has people on it already, but the and aliens are, of course, technologically advanced, at least to a degree. So you're trying to fight them off, but they are taking over the planet, corrupting it. There's a group called Alka's Children, which are these little like pistachio guys or little avocado looking guys, and they're like, they were given life by essentially the planet's goddess, like the entity of the planet, and they're trying to help protect it, but they're also like allergic to the corruption. So the one that you often talk to is called Avocat, and he keeps sneezing because he's just allergic to the corrupting forces.
That's cute. So he's having fun, like Elden Ring with the pot guy. Like, kind of has that same like insanity.
But they have like just a few quests that you can do. You have packs of different things. So the packs, PACTS, are your warframes, essentially, your ability kits. So you have a multitude of them currently. I have access to, I chose Oshelda as my starting one, which is like kind of the more shaman druid caster.
Yeah, it looks very cool.
And then they eventually added it, or from the founders pack, because Bolte initially gave me a code, and then I decided to pick up the founders pack, which I chose the one that had all three. So I have access to the, so you know how Warframe has their primes? These are wild versions. So I have Wild Oshelda, Tethrin, and Siren. So they kind of
like frames, or like what is this?
So they embody different kind of roles and themes. So they each have three abilities, down one from like Warframe, but that's where the rune slots kind of act as like the fourth ability.
So is this like a ploy so that like they're like, you can keep the visual look of your character and have like all these different cosmetics associated with them, but only thing that really needs to change is your arm to depict the different class that you choose?
Right. And then with
each, cool, that makes sense.
And so each one has like your kind of spells, your special abilities. So Oshelda has kind of a mix of support and healing and crowd control. So you have Bestone, where you just freeze guys into, like, you petrify them temporarily. You have Elder Bloom, where you plant your staff down and it creates a flower of healing energy around the for a radius, so it's for healing yourself and allies. And then Phantom Flock is kind of the weakest of its three abilities, but you like send out a bunch of birds that can like stagger an enemy for a while and help you take them down. But it's these two other abilities are much stronger. Tethrin, which is the one I'm currently leveling, is more of the melee focused frontline character. Has
and can you play co-op in this?
Yes, it has multiplayer.
Okay,
it's still like a bit shaky netcode right now, but they're working on it. It's still very early into the
Sure, yeah.
game's overall
I
development.
guess to me, when I was thinking about it, I was thinking you were talking about how there's some characters that have like more powerful abilities, and this other character has less
Right.
powerful abilities, possibly.
And
but
so
that all makes sense.
they
If
have it
there's
where
co-op
it's-
elements, just like Warframe having a flash being really indicative of that.
Yeah.
Because that's like a useful sustain perk, you know.
So they have, I think it's 3-player co-op. So it's like they kind of have decided to focus on like instead of having just like Excalibur being the poster child, and then they eventually had Volt and Mag kind of be the other 2 starters, though they've changed the starter frames over the years. But either way, they essentially it's like here's the blade guy, here's the mage, and here's the speedster
characters that people are
gunner.
used to.
So they've kind of done that where it's like Tethrin is the frontline character, Oshelda is the mage, and Siren is the rogue. And so they kind of have this Holy Trinity. They kind of intend for people to kind of mix and match, but there's no like hard set like, okay, you're playing this, you have to use these options. Like you can mix and match whatever weapons you want. So in the case of Tethrin, he focuses on courage, which this system's getting reworked in like the next update. But right now they have your virtues, where you have courage, spirit, and grace. I think they're keeping these, but they're changing how it works, where you don't put any points into them. It's defined like by how you make a choice, and that kind of shapes how your character does. You have your primary weapon and your sidearm. Your sidearms at the moment are either short blades, so a kind of a dagger style weapon. You have magic.
There's no gun whatsoever.
Well, not yet, but you do have ranged options. So there's the fly blades, which are like throwing knives, kunai sort of things. And then you have magic gauntlet things that I haven't leveled up much yet, but they allow you to cast little magical bolts from your hands, essentially.
Cool.
And then for primary weapons, they have all sorts. They have long blades, which...
What's the reason to use which? Why would you just turn them to be different?
There's preference, there's mastery levels, there's combat arts.
So like one could be a sword and shield, and that's good for defense, and then sometimes you're trying to nuke a boss.
And they all have
different.
They have different play styles. At the moment, a lot of the combat arts are kind of samey, but each one has each weapon type category has a skill tree. So you have this here, and the more of a given weapon type you use, the more points you get for that tree. So I've now been I think I've leveled 3 different long blades, and so each one gives me 5 points, or not 5 points, but it's given me a lot of points. And so with each one I get more and more points, so this is filling out the tree more and more, which then just improves my capability with that weapon type. So I'm just better with long blades the more I invest into it with leveling it. So it's something different from like even
like
Warframe,
Skyrim, where like you're
So it's kind of like Skyrim, but it's, as you can see here, this is all the different current combat trees or combat arts. So they have...
But is it like you can invest in, like, you know how like you go to Skyrim, you touch a thing that's a waystone that says like you progress 5x faster in this specific category of weapon? Is that what it's like?
Well, in this case, like for longsword, the very first node you could put a point into is your chance of smite. Smite is a mechanic where you hit the guys, they'll glow a color, and it'll be associated with one of your 3 abilities. So you have a red, a green, or a blue, which is courage, spirit, or grace. And then when that happens, you activate your spirit sight, and then you yank the spirit out of them, which powers you up, especially if you've leveled up certain things for your pact. So your weapons essentially is like give you the chance to smite, whereas your pact is like what happens when you smite an enemy. And it will do damage, it weakens them. It's also one of the most powerful ways to heal yourself mid-combat. But with how much investment I've put into long blades, I have the starting point of smite, and each one costs 1 point for the initial node. And then further nodes, like if it has a second node, it'll cost 2. If it has a third, it costs 3. If it has a fourth, it costs 4. So you have to invest enough points into that. So you have it where it starts off with smite, then you have it so if you parry an attack, you can riposte, does more damage. It boosts your chance to smite. There's swift parry, so it gives you a wider window to have a chance.
You know, I get, yeah, there's a lot of abilities for all these things, and I imagine each
And
one of them
then
has
some
like, different
weapons,
effects.
not all, but some weapons have unyielding, which allows you to parry heavy attacks, which are these charge up with like a golden glow. And if you don't have unyielding, you can't parry that. You have to dodge or get out of distance, otherwise you're going to get hit hard. And as you've seen, you can die pretty quickly if you're not careful. So they have other things. Since you may not have a ranged weapon equipped, every weapon that isn't ranged has a throwing mechanic. So I can show you if I get out of this room. So there's of course like normal light attacks, there's a sprinting attack, there's the charged heavies, but then while blocking and I do my heavy attack, I can throw and then call it back to me like I'm Thor.
Oh, if you time it just right, is there like a special
so there's also a perfect
there?
throw that you can choose to invest into. So I happen to have that because I ran out of points to spend elsewhere. So I figured I just include that. So like if you're purely melee, how else are you going to deal with someone at a distance? You throw your weapons. So
And do you kill enemies fast in this game?
you can. It does depend on like how your character is set up. Just like Warframe, your packs and your weapons have 30 levels. Once you get that, you provide experience towards your overall mastery rank. You can reforge weapons, which add additional stats. It also can change the attunement, which I'm holding off on doing until I see how the rework's coming along for Virtues, which is sometime after the 30th of this month, so like another week or so.
We don't want to invest in something that's going to get patched out.
Like as it is right now, there's like multiple weapon types. I've been having fun with the swords for now because it's like most of what I have. But what I didn't get a chance to mention was while sidearms are a little more limited, so you have the fly blades, which are only sidearms, and you have these magic gauntlets that are only sidearms. Short blades do have some primaries. So most of the short blades as a secondary is just like a reverse grip dagger that you wield. But if you go over to primary weapons, there's some that are the daggers, and then 2 or 3 of the ones I have here are actually dual blades, and you use them differently, but they still count as a short blade. So currently, short blades have a huge amount of options to level up. So a lot of people just end up going short blade builds where they have both like their primary or their secondary. But then some people choose to have the fly blades because these are really efficient at causing the smite effect to get triggered. Because they
build stuff,
So I can show
people.
Because fly blades are again like throwing knives. So primary attack, I just kind of toss them out. If I'm like sprinting,
So I can't see yet.
But then if I choose to charge the heavy attack,
the throwing's pretty funny.
I spin them around
that's
myself.
so cool. That's why people should use that. That's so sick compared to all the stuff you showed me thus far.
Yeah, and it complements melee builds quite heavily.
If you get the thing, does it work out? Sorry. If you get the perfect time of the heavy throw, does it like do anything more?
It's actually recommended not to do it depending on how you're building the character, because the more you charge the throw, the further away they spin. And if you're melee, you don't necessarily want them spinning far away. So ideally, you actually do like a quick throw. They stay closer, and then because of some of the upgrades I have,
Is there like, can you do both? So like, can you do a dagger build where you like throw the daggers, and then you pull another like secondary smaller daggers and just start piecing somebody up? Because if it is a virtue of being close, okay. That's cool then.
Because there's specifically
that's the shit that makes me excited to play the game. Everything else kind of seems like it's like I was gonna mention this a little bit like a little while ago when you were talking about something, but I feel like Warframe at a base level is like one of the best games that are like space adventures because it's more fantasy than it is even like sci-fi.
Yeah, it's kind of
I
a
think that's
space
its, like,
opera.
greatest strength. Yeah, and I think like the reason why this is throwing me off is because it feels like it's unlike Warframe, which benefits heavily from like just heavily leaning into the fantasy element of it, which most of the games in its category don't. Same thing, I think that's why Destiny did really well as well. But what do you call it? This one seems like I'm not sure if the fantasy element is being enhanced by the alien element, if that makes any sense.
Right. So I would say
but
that
I haven't played it enough, or I haven't played it at all. So yeah, who knows?
I would say I like this interesting mix because I mean I prefer sci-fi. I also like melee.
I'm on the other side too.
But most sci-fi doesn't do melee unless if you're like Star Wars, and even then you got to be a Jedi usually.
Yeah.
And then my only other favored thing is like Phantasy Star, and Sega keeps dropping the ball, in my opinion, with that series.
Yeah.
Where I just can't really enjoy those games in their current state.
So right now you're slashing stuff up. Are you doing it like what's the cycle of me wanting like to continue to play? Is it like to level up my character so I gotta run around and get resources like Warframe, where it's all about like resource and like
right.
slowly level up your gear?
So it has the same kind of crafting system where you gather. Thankfully, it's just like you gather fragments. So rather than like Warframe, where you have to get parts and then build those parts and then build the frame, you just have to get fragments of a thing. Then you have to get the resources to then craft it. So I can go back to, at any time, you can just go back to the Nightfold, which is your little home hub that has different things.
Trust falling into the void.
Yeah, and so early on, and maybe I'm sure it's going to expand more, you find ancestors that are these like spirits of people that are kind of trapped in like, I guess, a limbo of a spirit realm. So as you can see, like
that character is designed.
Yeah, like she's all glowy because she's not like truly alive anymore, but she's your blacksmith.
I know. More wasted coal.
But she's also like very hard on herself because she's like a smith's apprentice that never like proved herself before dying. So like she refuses to wear this helmet that is of her ancestor or her like previous master, and then she's always like doubting her own abilities, like, oh, everything I make is just crap, everything is terrible. But then like when you have her build things, and when it's either starts building or you collect it, she's like, well, actually, it sings. It's actually good. But as you can see right here, I started a few things earlier this stream, and they have real-time hours of when they'll be done.
Brutal.
So most of them are like, okay, by the end of the day, half the day later, for packs and things, it's a full day or so.
How many weapons are there?
Let's see. The easiest way for me to do that
what I'm trying to gauge is how much content there is in the game for you to grind up and do all that stuff. Like, say, hypothetically, if you didn't want to do everything, you just wanted to, like, you liked a handful of weapons, how many of, like, let's say daggers? Like, if I like that dagger build, what do I have to do in this game?
I don't know if this always shows the type. Yeah, it does. So at the moment, this is like what's available in the market, but not all the weapons that are shown here are... There's some weapons that are exclusively earned, so... But also ones that you can't earn more than once, so don't get rid of them if you've mastered them or acquired them. But it's also like, just like Warframe, you have to buy storage slots, so... That's kind of the most important reason to spend your premium currency is for storage. But for this, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8 short blades currently, and some are primary, some are secondary.
Weapons, yeah.
They have a couple off secondary, well, and that's not even counting the ones from the Founders Packs, which may be added officially later. Right now there's only 2 sword and shields, so can't level those up much. There's a handful of bows. And also each weapon has a base attunement of their... Either they're attuned to grace, they're attuned to... courage or spirit, so they complement certain builds more than others. They have it where, okay, I'm a spirit build, but I want to use a bow. Well, you're in luck. There's the Maestro, which is a spirit-attuned bow. And some have specific amounts of stats that they require, so you have to have at least that level. That's changing soon, so this is probably not relevant in about a couple weeks. So they have pole arms as well, which are mostly kind of spear / halberd. But they also have a blunt one. One of the few blunt weapons in the game is this staff, which is cool. I haven't unlocked it yet, but...
Oh, yeah. It's like a mace almost.
Yep. Some of the weapons are dropped from specific enemies, so like this one is the...
But you still have to build them, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like a bident.
You have the blueprint.
A pronged spear that this one electric guy uses. This is like one of the best pole arms in the game right now because it has a really high scaling, but also requires a lot of spirit at its base. But it's also one that drops from like a tougher boss that I would have to find. So a lot of like right now, it's still early in the game. There's not a lot of quests to do, but there's a lot to explore. A really large map, even currently, which has all sorts of points of interest. You have to manually unlock these world trees, and then after you complete a specific quest, you also get access to these seeds that let you fast travel. So I currently have 9 because every day-ish a little plant in your base grows, and then it gives you 1 to 3 seeds, which then you can use to fast travel if you desire.
And that's a finite resource? Like
Yes.
Once you spend it, you have to wait a couple of days for it to come back?
Well,
Ooh.
every day. It's just like every day-ish. It's like sometimes sooner than, but it's like based off of like server reset time, whatever that happens to be.
Sure, yeah.
But then there's also a bunch of but there's also like points of interest that you have to like come to, and then to learn the names of those, you find these like little motes, and then you get parts of the word. So it's like 2 to 3 to 4 different little parts, and sometimes not all of them show up, so you have to come back a bit later for it to refresh. And then you see these little gates on the map. Each of these are entrances to like currently 4 different types of dungeons, which are tile set dungeons, and
that's cool.
They all have like random, somewhat procedural tiles where you can like revisit the same dungeon, and you'll have slightly different experiences. You'll have little internal puzzles to solve. You'll have different enemies that you might come across, and it'll be a rearranged. Sometimes you like, oh, like this area you just entered into is completely on fire, so you have to drag water barrels over to then put out the fires. But one time I started with that one, and another time it was near the end of the dungeon that I had that same tile. They also have, it's like, I don't know how many, I haven't even fought most of them, a bunch of world bosses. And those world bosses each have dedicated loot. So they have weapon parts, they have armor pieces, they have talismans, they have runes. That's like the big thing to hunt down, is getting the runes, which every weapon currently has, every weapon type has 2 different runes, one for normal bosses and one's for a mode called Koga, which is you get a potion brewed, and when you drink it, the world kind of turns all red, and you fight tougher versions of those bosses with the hopes to get their tougher version loot. And so there's additional weapons. There's the other
they
rune
streamlined
types.
the like looting process a little bit, it sounds like.
Yeah, but they make it. It's if you're familiar with Warframe, there's a lot of the bones of Warframe here, but then it feels different of how it moves.
Yeah, it seems like they improved stuff.
It's like the same bones, but different muscles, different nerve systems, all that sort of thing. So, like, with Warframe, your appearance of your Warframe doesn't define anything. But with this, you have actual gear that matters. It gives you different stats. Yes, there's probably just better armor. Like, there's no, like, slowing you down. It's just like you want to wear the best, but then there's a cosmetic system for transmog as well. There's when you choose to reforge gear, you have these different joineries is what they're called, but essentially it rebuilds the weapon, but it will also reset its level. So if you fully intend to like have it be a certain way and you don't want to have to re-level it more than once, you'd probably want to reforge it immediately upon receiving it. But for me, I'm like, I'm not doing that yet because I don't know how they're changing some of the things, so I'd rather hold off on doing that until I'm sure that I want to use it.
What was the reason for redoing that? Like, what was the reason for reforging a weapon?
So, for some, one main reason is it adds additional stats or adds additional effects to the weapon. So, if I want to like reforge my current or the Grin, and then it gives me, it says the materials it has to reforge. I think it stays about the same, but then you choose a joinery, and from there, there's different things of different qualities. So it adds like additional damage. It costs less to do a parry. It does more damage with a throw, or some of these other things. It gives you life steal.
This game doesn't have like what's crazy about Warframe is that you have your vessel, like your Warframe itself, then you have your weapons, then you have 3 weapons, and each one of those weapons can have like a stack of cards that basically change the effect of it.
This is almost like doing a forma on a weapon, or rather, like there's certain in Warframe when you master something, you can then like a prestige of it, where you have to level it again, but now you get one more mod slot of your specific category. So they're doing something similar. It's a little different, but for example, like very specifically, if you get one of these blessed by Iridis, Mora, or Safine, it will change the attunement. So say you have a cool sword that you really like to use, but it's attuned to Grace. You are playing a build that uses Courage, so then you grab a Blessed by Mora, you reforge it, you apply the joinery, which apparently it does actually require a level 30 weapon to do anyways, but you do that and you prestige the weapon, it gets the buffs, but it also now is attuned to the correct type that you want as well. So it's like, okay, I'm this build, I want to use this weapon, but I can't until I switch it over. So
gotcha. So like incentives. So it seems like there's different versions of like investment structures, whether it's guns or not guns, sorry, melee weapons or characters and stuff like that. Gotcha.
On the note of guns, I don't know if they're going to do firearms, but it's already been confirmed there's going to be crossbows as a new ranged weapon type. I would hope that they would do both sidearm and primary, so like big crossbows for primary, hand crossbows for secondary would be cool. Similarly, they're also going to be adapting more stuff for bows. Possibly they'll have maybe sidearm bows for all we know. But I would hope that you do something like that, but they're also going to be changing it, because right now bows are pretty much all the same play style no matter what version you're using. So it's like, okay, you draw back to do a charge attack, you do a rain of arrows, and that's about it. That's like how you use a bow. But they're
powerful.
Yeah, like a lot of people say that right now ranged combat's the best choice, because melee combat can be clunky or you can get overwhelmed easily. I still like melee. I find, yes, it's a little slower, it's more grounded, but it's also pretty satisfying, especially like sometimes when you just take a guy out in a few strikes.
Yeah, I feel like efficiency would get me. I feel like it's the running your ass all the way up to him.
Right, so that's where at the moment,
over the head with an arrow.
And that's where at the moment, if you're gonna be jumping into the game, I would recommend Oshelda to be your starter. You can use whatever weapons you want as you get them, but you'll start with a staff, and that just is what it is. I'm stuck in an animation. But Oshelda also gives you one of the safest, it gives you like a big safety net, and it's good for like a new player to learn the game. Because you get like the crowd control, which I'm struggling to deal with. You get the magic weapon.
the way they're circling behind you and shit like that. That's quite impressive. Powered up like crazy. I was gonna say, for me, again, the game looks fantastic, but I definitely I haven't even had time to play fucking what's it called, the game I'm enjoying right now. I can't think of what it's called. Hytale.
Yep.
Since Sunday, I haven't played any video game besides I think like a little bit of Z's and Withering Waves just to kind of wrap stuff up in
get your
with
dailies done.
But I was gonna say, I think this is also like Warframe is one of those games where like it's both like massively enhanced by the fact that it is a live service game or a early access, continually updated type of game, but also hurt because theoretically for like me, I'm like, oh, I'll just get to it when it's 2 months from now and it'll be theoretically really improved. But that also is something you can tell yourself forever and just never jump back in until it's overwhelming with how much new shit there is.
You jump in 2 months later or a year later and then realize you're so behind that, like, what do I do now? And so that it's like they're doing a similar thing with Soulframe, although it's definitely early. So we'll see how it goes. This is like, what if Warframe launched this year kind of feeling. As in, like, way back when it first had Founders Editions and such, is kind of how this feels. It's like all the experience they've gotten from developing Warframe, all the experimentation they've done, they're like, okay, well, we found what works. Let's just put this into a new game to be a standalone experience, but still have a lot of what we learned persist. So it's like... And so it's like, okay, if you like Warframe, but you want something like it looks and feels different, this would be for you. If you don't, some people would say that some people don't like Warframe because it's like too fast, or they don't like the sci-fi theme. They'd rather more fantasy elements. They could go with this. Now, it still has a little bit of sci-fi, but it's more like stuff that's like just hard to explain. It's just like magic is science that hasn't been documented or explained yet. So in a way it's like, okay, well, what happens when a more medieval culture planet has something more advanced come in and they don't care about like not messing with things? Like, they are here to conquer, they're here to corrupt and change the world. What do you do when you are one of the protectors of said world? So I like that theme. I like melee combat a lot. So that's where I've enjoyed it. So I do like the spell casting, and I do like even the bows are pretty solid in the game so far. But I like that one thing that Warframe didn't really give me is let me play melee and not feel awkward with the melee. As in, it is your primary weapon, not your tertiary or ancillary choice, where you just turn into a silly blender as you zoom through everything. That can be fun, but that's like all you end up doing with melee in Warframe. There's not really a way to be a melee character. You're just maybe close range, but that's it. You also have a shotgun, and you have a pocket nuke, and all these other things that you do in Warframe as well. I mean, one of the sidearms in Warframe is called the Nucor. It's like a radiation gun.
I 100% laughed because it was true. You got a fucking squid arm gun pistol that shoots like heat-seeking squids or some crazy shit. Yes.
But on the note of on the note of Hytale, I plan to kind of switch over to that as part of our discussions because there's only so much I can show with this. It's still really early. It can be repetitive. Might not be the most exciting for people. I enjoy it because it's a nice. I guess one of the main things is like I like a lot of what Warframe has to offer, but I wouldn't mind a slower, cozy feeling game within the same kind of trappings that both have. So that's where this came in.
These are brand new games. So like any game that's in early access, you could like cement yourself as someone who's like, hey, I like this game, I'll play a lot of it, and if you're also interested in it, then you could play it with me essentially, like whilst you have my stream up, that kind of thing. So I think it makes sense.
I appreciated that Balti gave me a code. I believe he still has a couple to spare. So I think he's wanting to offer at least one to you if and when you have the time and interest to jump into it. In the meantime, though, we have like Hytale and stuff. And speaking of, I'll go ahead and transition to that. So just give me 1 sec.
Hell yeah.
I need to switch the game capture. Oh, I need to load up the game, of course, first.
Well, Fluff's loading up the game, gang. what do you call it? Hopefully you all had a fantastic day. Any and all who see this maybe in past broadcasts or right now. What do you call it? My dumbass did too many things today, and my brain's quite fried. So you have to forgive me for not being as quick or sharp. But I'm quite tired, but doing my best.
I tried to do the thing and prepare the talking points, but it seems like I might not have to worry as much.
No, what do you call it? I always, the talking points to me are great, but like if you're in a rhythm and you're enjoying talking about something, and that's ultimately I think the goal of a podcasty type of thing. I think it is also helpful like to have those just like bullet points of things you're wanting to talk about, because sometimes like the thing you might be like, for instance, there might be people who aren't as interested in the Warframe thing, but if you bring up something else, like maybe something more generalized or something, so to speak, then that gives another opportunity for someone to actually engage with the stream. So it's like my streamer brain tells me that that's always a good idea, is to have like, also I think a lot of the podcasts I enjoy, like genuinely listen to, aren't just like friend talks about day. It's usually them being like, hey dude, I got into this weird obscure thing, or I checked out this internet forum, or have you ever heard about this like weird conspiracy theory, you know?
One of the main podcasts I listen to currently is Geekenders, which is Jesse and Dodger, longtime YouTuber, content creator, streamers.
Yeah. I've seen clips.
They've been people I've enjoyed watching for years. But they have their Geekender show, and sometimes they get derailed where they're just talking about whatever they just happen to be into, and then like an hour or two passes and like, oh well, we should probably wrap it up for now. But that's where they've had stuff like that. I also very recently
Your house looks crazy.
Yeah. I'll give a sec to share a tour soon. Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk, both known for Firefly and plenty of other shows and movies, recently started up a podcast. So for the last couple months, every week or so, they release the Once We Were Spacemen, which is, of course, an homage to them being in Firefly. And so they just talk about, like, their careers and talk about like different aspects of things and like what they've enjoyed doing or what they're currently up to, but then they have guests that are like previous co-stars and things like that, and I think that's been fun to listen to as well. But it's not just like, okay, well, how's my current day been? It's like, no, this is sharing experiences of what they've done up to this point and what they might be dealing with now and what they have advice for or insights about things. Like Alan Tudyk is like known for always voicing an alien character or a robot, and he kind of wishes he wasn't typecast into that, but he also seems to clearly enjoy it at the same time, so it's kind of a mixed bag of results. But yeah, so this is my Hytale home. I'm happy you have podcasts to connect with like that. To me, I find the podcast stuff is hard to describe, but like for me, it's either a total hangout vibe where I can turn off my brain and just play a video game in the background, or it's like a professional person in neuroscience talking about how to like not be depressed or something. Yeah, you know? So most of mine, the ones I listen to, I just have off on the side sometimes while I'm streaming, because the audio doesn't go through, so I just listen to it on the side while I'm doing other things. Are you
fucking Nightcrawler fluff right now? Holy shit.
Not intentionally. I liked one of the Curse-bound costumes.
Dark Elf.
I really liked it, and then I found out how to change skin color, so I did blue, I did dark blue hair. I was using the scavenger hair that gives like kind of fox ears, but while in third person, I was like, okay, this is starting to obstruct a little too much of my view. Having the ears cover is like too much of the centered view is being obstructed. So I changed it. I also figured it out recently. So if you switch to third person and you hold the C key, you can go into free camera, which by default just kind of is faces your front. So I did that. Let's see. So I did this. Actually, let me go ahead and sleep for the night real quick. I found a handful of videos that people are doing, like, here's how to have a good starter house. Here's the guide. Here's like all the materials you need, that sort of thing. So I followed one of those.
Your house looks so fucking cozy. It is insane.
So this
I'm
one
living in a
was
cave.
from, let's see, was it Crimson Builds? I linked it in my previous stream. I followed that guide, so like the first 3 hours of my stream yesterday was getting the materials, exploring around. I picked out a spot where it's like, this is where the spawn is, so it's just right across here. But then I found, like, right over here was this, like, little, like, ruined camp that had some skeletons.
Okay.
But it also had a bunch of, like, marble pillars. As in just, like, natural occurring
Have you went
marble.
to the statue place yet? Yeah, you have. Yeah, you guys seen the statue, so you went to that place, yeah.
So, like, here's, like, some of this is chalk, but most of it's marble. So I just gathered up the marble, because the original guide for it was like, here's what you should use. You can use whatever you want, but here's what you should use to make, in, like, the amounts of things to build. So, like, they gave, like, more or less exact counts. So I was like, okay. I'll follow along. So I was slowly doing that, tabbing back and forth to check. So this one was like,
You know what the hammer does?
The hammer, as in like the little construction hammer.
Yeah, it's like a tool. I just thought, what the fuck is this for? And it said like changes materials or something like that.
I have
or
one.
wall.
Let me show you.
Does it just change like the outline?
So if I find a block and I tap it, it changes to like multiple variations. So you can, if it's like, in this case, it's a marble brick.
Okay.
So I can tap it.
I like that clear one.
Decorative. I can tap it again. It's a different kind of decorative. And then there's smooth. So if I wanted to, I can make like smooth pillars. And it depends on what the block is. So like the cobblestone, you have like the more cobbled look, or you have a slightly smoothed, more natural rock look.
Gotcha. That's gonna be crazy for people building.
So it depends, and I think the higher quality hammers, for one, have more durability, but then also add like more variants to customize.
What is that bar to the left? Is that fucking magic?
Yes. So
I haven't fucking unlocked magic yet. What is that? How did you do that happen?
So normally it's a process that you have to go to collect enough memories and turn those in, and you get access to this like new region that gets you stuff to craft. I grabbed a mod. I have a bunch of mods already, but I grabbed a mod that had like a couple supportive mods. But one thing is that a lot of the game is still early access. There's content that hasn't been fully fleshed out or finished yet. So we have like robes, we have leather armor, we have things like that that aren't in the game yet. Right now it's just metal gear. But eventually we're supposed to have craftable staves. We're supposed to have the other types of armor. So I currently have a mod where I'm sure it'll be replaced by the official implementation, but I have it where I have a staff. And each of the staves have kind of just basic stuff, but they have it where if you equip a staff, it gives you some bonus mana. So because I have the other mods installed, plus the staff,
What does it do?
So at the moment,
You cast lightning bolts or some shit?
it's still a melee weapon.
Oh, okay.
Anytime you charge, you do your heavy attack. Right now, all of the modded in staves are just little fireballs.
Fireball, that's cool.
They talk about they want to expand it to do more than that. And then I don't know what it's like. Every weapon has a signature ability. I don't know what the signature is for the staff yet. But
Yeah, it's so funny. I bet the modders are gonna get after it and make like a whole modding thing, and then the devs are gonna make theirs, and it may not be as good. I'm lucky, but
because the devs are like, well, hey, let's just give full mod support right out the out the gate. They are people that were originally Minecraft modders, so they are fully familiar with that sort of thing.
I just feel like that's really hard as a developer, because you're like, well, shit, do we just like let the modding community outsource this and just yoink every good part about theirs?
And I'm sure they might. Like other games have done
Yeah.
that, where they just be like, all right, well, we'll just pay the person that created it and implement their version and polish it to match our standards, but then otherwise include it. So the case here, these staves weren't created by anyone. These were for the game. These are meant to be in the game.
Assets, they just drop forward,
but they just made them functional, similar for some of the gear. I also have it where I'm currently on copper gear, but I also have some iron. I got a mod that gives you you can create multi-tools, which are a little more expensive. They have slightly more durability, but they function as both a pick and an axe. Or a pickaxe and a hatchet.
That's pretty cool.
So it saves you a slot. So rather than having to swap between the two, you instead have, okay, I can just use this for both, which I think is nice.
Is it like right click or left click or whatever it is?
Oh, I think it's
like
just, it will function just as good against both.
Oh, it just does both.
Material
I see.
types. I do have a shovel. Like a lot of the better gear is like you need to get.
Well, real quick before I forget, how the hell did you make the farm?
So
is it like a seed pouch?
So you have to build a farmer's workbench. From there, you can create a. You need to get a hoe to then till the soil, and from there you just do that. You can get a watering can.
Get seeds?
So I first found some seeds while like delving and found some in a chest. Yeah. So that's early what you do. As you get life essence, the second tab here, you can create seed bags. So most of these just require a certain amount of life essence, and then you can create the seed bags, which then allows you to plant said seeds. As you progress,
will you run out of plants?
So
seed, like essence or whatever.
Well, every time you harvest, you also get some essence.
You get seed back? Oh, essence, okay.
You get the plant and you get some of the essence as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just gather.
Shovel like that? Huh.
Well, this is me just harvesting. I'm not actually using the shovel. It's just animating.
So what's the hoe for then?
So the hoe is for tilling the soil, as you can see.
I see. It makes it all right. It makes it.
And then you water it, which does like 2.5 times the growth speed. But separately, also I need to water those real quick.
Is that what the glint means?
Well, I noticed that.
I see. It's
the soil is.
Do you make
dry.
an infinite source of water in this game too?
Technically, I did. I ended up finding 2 buckets, and then I went and grabbed the water and then poured them out here. They don't seem to work like Minecraft yet, where if you just have the water source nearby, it keeps them. It keeps them watered. You still have to like fill a watering can and manually do so. But separate from infinite water source, you do also, as you progress the memories and you unlock more tiers, you get eternal seed bags, which require a lot more essence, require enough of the produce, and a regular seed bag. Once you have that, though, you plant it. You only get to plant it once, but the ones that are like the green sparkly, these are eternal, and they will regrow after harvesting. Every time you don't have to replant.
Oh, okay, that's kind of huge. All right.
So it's
just about farming essence then.
Yeah. So at the moment, I'm still working on lettuce. Let's see. So if I do that, and I can turn it into one of those, and there. So I think that's all of them, although these are not done growing.
Have you made it deep in the thing? And deep into like dungeons and shit yet?
A bit, only because there's a handful in my region. So let me put the construction hammer back, since I don't need to be.
I'm not sure if it's dungeons, but I went down to the very bottom of the earth, I think. And you see like a bunch of demon creatures and shit.
Yeah,
like
I've gone there. Thing. So one thing compared to like Minecraft, where there's multiple biomes, there's currently 4 zones. So the first one is the Emerald Fields, I think is what they call this overall region. And so then it has the lava area down below. But then the next zone is like a desert place where you also get to meet the little Fennec Fox people. I don't know what's underground there. Then there's a snowy region that also has a different underground. And then the final one is like kind of volcanic, but almost seems like prehistoric, where with the first major update they just released like a couple days ago, adds dinosaurs. So there's it's just it's a lot of interesting stuff. There's going to be more and more
I heard
things.
somebody say that there's like teleportation, and I'm like, is that just when you like start running far enough away from the shrine, it just spawns in like near another biome?
If you're familiar with Minecraft, they have like the Nether portal, and then there's also the portal to the end, which is how you get to the credits of the game.
Yeah.
The story mode end. So similarly, just like how there's a portal to the Forgotten Temple, which is like a little safe hub that you can't harvest anything there.
Yeah.
Eventually, as you collect enough memories and stuff, I think you unlock the means to access portals to other realms. So you get to build your own portal, and you get to choose where you're going, as long as you have the resources to activate the portal. Including, there's a mod that I picked up that was like Young's High Dungeon or something like that. Young something. And it's a procedural infinite dungeon where you can keep reloading it, and it's a new dungeon to delve into. So it's like, it gives some people some more combat content to enjoy if they kind of...
Well, that's really cool.
Otherwise run
so
out
like
of
like
things.
a dungeon, yeah. That to me is nice. That's the only thing that's like annoying a little bit about not annoying, but I just didn't really understand about Minecraft, that whole part of it, which is like it just seems like again, like you can go to the Nether, but like eventually you probably clear out stuff at the Nether, you keep yourself safe, you come up with like a whole plan to deal with that. But the idea that they're gonna make like dungeons, which is like tile sets where like you can go in and get busy, to me is like really impactful for like modders. Like they can make a shit ton of like high leverage encounters that are insane but super rewarding. That's an awesome idea.
And I mean, the modding scene has just exploded already with all sorts of stuff, as I've already noted. Like, I looked at what I had and I was like, well, I can't get more mods. I have 69.
Holy shit, I didn't know you had that many down.
And some of it's
So
like
adds to that number,
stuff that is like APIs or whatever that like support additional mods. So some of them were like, I had no choice. I'm going to have them anyways.
I see.
Or just, I looked at like what other creators, of mod creators that I've already grabbed a mod from. I checked if like, do they have anything else I'd be interested in? And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. So I went ahead and added more. Hey there, Raid. Good to see ya.
What's good, Raid?
So like,
hey there, fellas. How you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, Raid. Had a busy day. How about you? Also, Fluff. I'm not sure. I think I see your day was busy. It seemed like you got after it with all the games you were playing.
Yeah, so for example, like the builder's bench is just like a vanilla thing. You put a stone block, you can change it into stairs or whatever else you need. These two are both mods where they add additional ways to customize stone and additional ways to customize wood blocks.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
Separately, like because of how the armor system works, when you put on armor, it just covers up your avatar. I didn't want that, so all I did was keep the gloves visible. So especially when I'm in first person, I know what kind of armor I'm wearing at a glance. But there was a mod that it pairs up together. There's this one where you can make clothing, which then you should put into vanity slots. But you don't normally have vanity slots, at least not yet official. But there's a mod that I grabbed that adds this mirror. So if I press the interact key while holding it, I can hide or make any piece of gear show. But separately, if I right click with it, these are the vanity slots. So like helmet, chest, gloves, boots.
Yeah, like you were describing. Yeah, you can like take stuff off.
So then you pair it with this mod.
Oh, no, that's what you mean. Okay.
And from here, you can craft cosmetic gear. You can also do it with, like, normal gear in the game. But if you want to have, like, cosmetic stuff, they have, like, kind of all sorts of things where they have masks and little TV heads, horns, that sort of thing. They have different shirts. They have leg, which is so far just overalls. And they have stuff that attaches to your arms, but are, like, tails or wings or whatever, just to have as like bonus cosmetics. And then there's a tab for content creators. So there's Big Dude, there's Buddha Cat, Chippy.
Oh, is that what those are?
Yeah, there's in the Littlewoods shirt and headband. If you're familiar with him, he's part of the Yogscast. He's also
It's
very
been a
big
minute
into
since I've checked
Minecraft.
in with Minecraft. Yeah.
But he's also one of the earlier people that was doing heavy coverage on Hytale. So it seems like he's a supporter of this game, very much
Of course,
so.
yeah. I've seen a lot of people pop off recently.
Yeah,
Especially channels dedicated to
there's
the
even
whole thing.
the Vine Sauce crew, so like Vinny and Joel and even Limalicious have all been checking the game out. So there's even a Vine Sauce shirt for them to wear. So it's some cute
That's
stuff. But like it's gonna keep getting added onto. But some of them was like, well, I don't necessarily need a full-on custom skin, but I want cosmetics that still are my brand. So this mod, amongst others, have allowed for that. So if I
Well, that's even crazier just to think about. Like, this game has been out for a week and a half or some shit, and it's already got like a full-on cosmetic thing.
I think they have like decent tools. There's already stuff that was made for Minecraft ages ago. So
Well, the thing that made me so hyped about the modding scene, sorry, I was just gonna say, the thing that made me so surprised is like they did something incredibly smart, which is basically before they even released the game, they gave it to modders and said, "Is the engines and mod kit that we gave you good enough?" And they said, "No, you should add this, this, this." And they said, "Got it." And then they added it, and then now, like, it's day one, there's like 30 mods. So like that's awesome. I think also the modders were basically given like early access to the game to like create things, just like a dev kit, which is such a smart idea. Anyways, sorry,
over the last couple months, so people have already been working away. Like I have thorium chests and thorium furnaces, which is just what the mods are called. So instead of having like, here's a mod that just makes furnaces work better, instead it's like, okay, since the furnaces don't have an upgrade system, let's just have it where as you get better materials, you can make a better furnace, which has better stats. So I have a copper furnace in the place of here, which is a little more efficient. I also have a copper chest that has one more row compared to a regular chest. But also doesn't have to be a combined chest like the standard wooden ones are.
Does it continue to go crazy? So
yes.
like you need silver and
so
okay, that's
if
awesome.
I go to the bench, it's not quite
That's not
ordered.
a base game?
Well, the bench is, but the additional furnaces, there's only the standard furnace.
What I mean is there's like a tier system, like you can see workbench tier 2, which you can like upgrade your
so the
furnace or
upgrades
your
are this. So the furnace doesn't have an upgrade system. It's just counted as full upgrade. So instead they made it so you can craft better furnaces over time.
Sure. I think for chests, for instance. So like if I wanted to, like in the base game, when I'm asking it, like in the base game, is there an ability to like when I eventually make like a bit or chest that's maybe like steel or iron or whatever, is it increase the slots or is that unique to this mod?
I think by default there's just the standard wooden chest, and then you can find some storage that are like cosmetically different, but otherwise are not like better sizes.
Yeah, see, that's a bummer to me. I was hoping that would be built in the game. Also, yeah, what do you call it? Raid says, Hytale is popping off. Like, yeah, man, are you playing it, Raid? Have you got it?
So this is the actual official furniture chest, and I think these are all official chests of different styles, but they're pretty much just cosmetically different.
They all say small, so maybe if you find one that's like
possibly
large, maybe
there's larger ones. Well, plus all normal chests, if you put two together side by side, they just combine into a double-sized chest.
Not goblin chest, unfortunately.
So like this one is one such where I turned it into a large iron chest by putting two together. These are also two side by side, so if you place one, you place another next to it, it doubles. The special thorium chests don't combine, but instead they just have more space in them. So like when I get to an iron tier version of this chest, or whatever it happens to be, it'll have like more. So it says in the description, like this one has 63, this one has 45, another 63, 58, 45, etc. So
sweet.
They have their own versions, and most of it is nice because you can have these craftables, but then they're not like they are a separate entity. It's not replacing an existing thing, it's adding because of the existing crafting system. So like here's
what's the difference with the mirrors?
I don't think there is one. They just happen to have it as like it itself is a cosmetic. What kind of material do you want your mirror to look like? So
copper,
they might plan on doing more. They just at the moment they're all the same. It's just, do you want a blue one? Do you want a yellow one? Green one? There's also a set of mods from, I forget the author's name, but it's immersive with a Y, so kind of like Yggdrasil. But one of the sets they did was immersive melodies, so you have a bunch of instruments, and for those that are familiar with, I think, both Terraria and Starbound, one of the mods in Starbound...
You can program your own on sounds in it?
Actually, I don't think it was a mod, but they had instruments, and then you could add in your own music. I would I would give an example, but I think most of the songs are potentially copyright, so I don't want to necessarily risk that, even if it's in a sillier state.
Well, it's weird because a lot of those music, like a lot of game soundtrack music, is royalty free, or it's just not claimed on YouTube because
Right,
but
so
you never know
where
if
did I
Nintendo.
put
It's one of
them?
Nintendo's. Don't take the chance. The fucker could have put Nintendo up there, which is absolutely the exception to the rule. Okay.
Well, I'm not going to do Nintendo songs, but yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, okay, so what do you call it? We're getting close to an hour and some change, or an hour. I wanted to run through your topics.
Right.
That you brought through. So I think we covered 2 of them.
One of them was talking about Soulframe. I talked about its dungeons. I talked about its combat and showed it off. So that got to be kind of a part of the focus. So this is part of topic 2 that I have, but it's we're talking about Hytale, but we're both into it, so that's part of it.
Yeah.
But I was also going to talk about like upcoming releases that I might be interested in, or you might be interested in. Mostly DLC, and one of the things I had on my talking points for this part was Hytale, but we're now both playing it, so it's not so much upcoming technically. It's a work in progress. But I figured I'd also talk about some of the other stuff that's coming out soon or otherwise. So there's still the upcoming DLC for Space Marine 2 that I'm excited for, that's going to have the Tech Marine class added, which is essentially like taking a Tech Priest or a Adeptus Mechanicus character, the usual guys that are in the red robes, and they're the ones that know how to restart the old world machines by doing this big old ritual, and in the process they're just pressing the power on and off switch to turn it back on again.
Okay.
At least that's the joke about it. But a Tech Marine is essentially taking, what if a Tech Priest was in Space Marine armor? So they have like the big techie backpack with extra limbs and have turrets and other sorts of mechanical stuff. Some factions of Tech Marine or of Space Marines are very, very heavy into being Tech Marines. So they have the Iron Hands, where they pretty much always augment themselves with machinery and prosthetic limbs and other things like that. So I'm just excited for it because I like techie stuff. So having a class dedicated to tech is going to be really cool. It's also getting a new melee weapon choice, and also adopting one of the newer editions of the Power Axe. So I'm excited for that. We might be getting the public test server version of it at the end of the month. It's hard to say, but they were saying pretty much Q1 of this year is going to be when they release the update. So I'm excited for that. Once me and my brother are done with...
I was going to say, real quick, Raid, have you ever played the Warhammer game Fluff's talking about? I feel like a lot of people will give it a try and enjoyed it, but I'm curious if you have. So your brother and you're going to play Fluff, you said?
Well, yeah, potentially, but otherwise, once we're done with BG3, I was going to convert Wednesdays into a mix of either wildcard days or Warhammer-themed days, where I just play any Warhammer genre game that I'm into.
Oh, you have, huh?
So
yeah, I think that's a good idea. Having some sort of like foundational thing. I think that's a good idea long term, especially for the streaming thing. Is just like focus on one variable, like game genre. Whether it's Warhammer is probably one of the smartest ideas, I think, because it's just such a powerhouse as far as people love for it.
Yeah, and there's so many
I think that's a good idea.
Good games within the franchise. Not all of them are great, but most of them are quite good. So I have plans for Darktide. I have plans for probably Vermintide as well. Space Marine 2. There's the Total War games with plus a Total War 40K coming in the future. So that's going to be cool. I just, fingers crossed I get Tau as playable. They're my favorite faction, but they get so little representation in the video games. And like one of the few games that actually features them as the poster child is terrible. So it sucks. It was Fire Warrior. You play as a Tau Fire Warrior, which are their kind of standard soldier guys with guns. And it was during the era where everyone was like, Halo's a thing, we need to be better Halo.
Yeah.
But we don't understand what made Halo Halo. But
Turns
call
out Halo
ourselves the
doesn't even know
Halo.
what Halo.
Well, not anymore because Bungie's moved on. But that's besides the point. Like the whole like, I'm a Halo killer, I'm a Minecraft killer, I'm a Diablo killer.
Yeah,
Stop calling yourself
Copy
that.
killer.
You're signing your own death warrant. Stop it.
Yeah.
I was like, I rolled my eyes when I was seeing people saying Minecraft killer with Hytale. I was like, stop it! Don't put that out there. Just
I do
don't
think
care
it's fair
if
to
it's
say
a joke.
that a really good way to transfer information to somebody who doesn't know what the hell this game is it feels like Minecraft 2 is
Yeah.
a really nice way of putting it, like a good evolution.
Some
of
people
it.
are like, it's not necessarily a sequel to Minecraft, but it's Minecraft 2, as in also, as well.
That's
But yeah,
fine.
so that's what's happening, at least that I'm aware of. I don't know if there's much else. Not too long ago in Darktide, we got a second new playable class, the Hive Scum, I think is what they call. It had a mixed reception. Not everyone liked it. It was weaker in a lot of ways. It was a character that you had to be more skillful with staying alive because you were squishy as hell. Especially after having the Arbitrator, which was like the tankiest character in the game.
Yeah.
By comparison.
Which I don't know. I feel like a lot of games do make like second versions of characters, like a DLC character. If you, I feel like a lot of them should always like. I like the idea that what you just said was well, like the next character was complex to some extent, but I also think you need to bring like a sizable amount of like power gain. Like
Right.
again, one of the things that irritates me about VR is it's so rarely. I mentioned it probably too much in a lot of these I cover for VR, but it's when you're basically you're not rewarded for your effort. So like if something is harder to pull off, you should do 10 times more of the damage than it's something that is easy to pull off. You know.
Yeah.
Like parrying in Dark Souls is like the great example ever about that.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah.
But I agree with that. It's just, but it's also like some people are just not expecting it to be as squishy, and it's like, oh, the class sucks because I die way too easily. It's like you need to learn how to play this class differently from how you've been playing other ones because they're supposed to be different play styles. They're supposed to be done differently. So that aside,
Let's say what's the other topics?
well, it's more with other upcoming releases. So, Barony, a really cool voxel co-op roguelike game. Very much not a roguelite, but a roguelike, because when you die, you have to start over, but you do it with friends. So there's that. But it's a game that's like been out for over 10 years. But only very recently started getting like heavy coverage from people. And so I checked it out after seeing, I think, Kraken play it, and it looked really fun. But you go in, you start out at this like little dungeon entrance.
Fucking slime over there?
Yeah, actually I think it's a elemental frog is one of the mods that I added.
Okay, I was saying, what the heck is that?
So I don't know what kind it is. Maybe it's a slime
Did
frog.
you ever happen to figure out what the fuck is that Cthulhu entity that was watching me that stream?
I haven't found one myself, but it's supposedly like a void touched thing, I would assume. Because do I have access to? I think I have to go to the. Might as well do so. I have to go over to the.
If you get like a drop that's like void essence or something like that,
Yeah.
does it have a chance of spawning? Because I think I had that. I
That
killed
might
something
be it. So
accidentally.
like once you have that, they start watching you. I would assume is what happens. And then maybe the more you collect, then they start sending more aggressive things. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Ooh, that's awesome.
But that
That's
seems
awesome.
likely to be the case. Also,
how the fuck do you get medium leather? Sorry, full stop. How the fuck do you get medium leather?
I think I've either lucked out in looting things. Otherwise, it's from medium-sized mobs, so like wolves.
Dude, I've killed everything.
Maybe foxes. I don't want to kill foxes though, especially because they're not hostile.
Yeah, I've had so much heavy, like I feel bears, and I just keep getting heavy armor and
so
light armor. And it's like, just give me
and
anything.
I think cows and the other ones.
I've tried deer. I've tried foxes. I've tried birds. I've tried everything.
It's mostly
that could,
wolves, and maybe there's some other things that have it, but it's really annoying to farm them. Also, yeah, this is actually a mod where I added a new variant to the undead that are slightly tougher than the standard.
Ooh.
And they also can drop more rewards for killing them.
One quick question about this game, just because what do you call it? Do you know if there's any sort of like automation in the game? Like something that, like, you know how like Minecraft there's the spawner,
but there is mods for it. And if you, it's pretty easy to get modding with this game right now. So I would recommend it. Like, I was gonna say that, like, I have a bunch of mods I could recommend. If all of the mods I'm using are probably ones I would say are safe to consider.
Sure, yeah. I'm probably gonna wait to mod the shit of it, but that is the top of my list. Yeah. That and the ability to like have some sort of node that I can go to like a master chest and like to hit sort and it will just suck everything up into whatever box has similar gear.
I have one of those. Shit's annoying. I technically have two mods. One of them is like you look at it, crouch and press the interact key, and then it just puts what's in your bags into the chest if there's any stacks that exist. And then I also have a chest terminal. Oh, I'm having some buffering. One sec.
Yeah, I've seen the stream had a little bit of a hiccup. I thought it was on my end.
Yeah. Not sure what's causing it. Well, at least there's going to be some delay.
Yeah.
But I have a chest terminal, which was that little like podium with like a little red pin stuck in it, and I just interact with it. I put stuff into that terminal, and it will just send it to chests within like a 50 block radius, preferring anything that already exists in a chest. If it can't find a chest that has the item already, I'll just put it into another chest that, like, the first in its list to put it into.
Perfect.
So that's made it super easy to, like, I don't want to look for where I'm trying to put stuff away, so I'll just do it that way.
Yeah, that's like the main thing. I feel like it's annoying. I just keep dumping stuff. But I'm also kind of like in this place where I'm waiting to like travel to the place I like. Like my favorite place on the map is the blue and orange autumn areas.
Yeah.
So I plan to like run my ass off, like, and just like go far the fuck away until I find because apparently that's what they were saying when I was watching videos that covered Hytale, was that the further you walk from spawn, the more absurd the level design gets. Like you have roaming mountains that are like start to connect with each other, and it gets more and more crazy. And I kind of want to set up shop into some sort of madness of that, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the plan for me.
So one neat thing, I don't know if you can do it cross zone, but one neat thing that I learned just last night was if you want to like build a base and you've like made this really nice structure, as long as you have the ability to switch over into creative mode, you can do that. And then there's essentially a selection and a copy paste tool. So you can just take an entire build, drag a selection over it, and then just take it somewhere else. Now, I think it makes a copy. I don't think it just removes the thing, so then you duplicate resources. Awesome. But if you're playing solo, even if you're playing online, it's not a big deal. And obviously, they're planning on expanding this area more because there's a little work in progress signs. I don't know how. Oh yeah, so I have a mod that modifies this guy's stock. Somehow they have it where if you have somehow acquired a work in progress sign, you can trade it to him and then you get like a placeable one. I don't know how you're supposed to get, like maybe it's like you found loot that gives you one, but you can just get a placeable one of these. So this area is a separate server whenever you go into this region. Also, I'm realizing, like, there's heavy buffering, so it's going to take a bit for the stream to catch up. Apologies, I don't know.
I see her in the area.
Yeah, but I don't know what was happening. It could be just our network having some issues.
Yeah.
All right, I actually was meant to... Oh, let me go back in.
It just snapped. The stream just snapped to something that's probably for the
Yeah.
best.
Well, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate because it might have skipped what we were talking about, but overall, like, it just seems like the mod stuff is going to be really cool. I am excited for whatever comes from it. It's got a lot of potential, but I feel like obviously the Minecraft comparisons are going to be there. It's fine. It's from people that loved Minecraft but wanted more from Minecraft, sort of thing.
Yeah. I think this is the kind of like I mean, my non like very detailed understanding. To me, it's like the best example of, it's like something that like if Bethesda, I don't even know how to really describe it, but it does seem like that. Like where like there's a person who says we really love the game, but unfortunately you've had your head up your ass for a long time. Like whether that's Assassin's Creed, whether that's Bethesda.
I mean, that's
and you guys just
that's
continue
going on
to
with
refuse.
Microsoft and Minecraft dev, where it's like, at best, most people can expect like a new mob every year, as in just like one new entity. And it's like no other new content, nothing else. It's like, okay, we get like a new creature, and so I guess we're just making our own fun for the rest of time immemorial. And
yeah, well, the thing that's also crazy is that like so many people are sitting there like at least for me, I'm like, well, mods are amazing. Like mods are like seem like they totally get it, but then like you never see a mod that goes like full on nuclear, like actually pops off and creates its own game. Like the transition to game or modder, sorry, to video game just seems to be like a really impossible
does
jump.
happen,
so the
but
fact that this has.
Yeah,
but the fact that this does to me seems like it gives me a lot of hope for like if there is maybe it doesn't, because maybe people will start cracking down on like IP restraints, but like the idea that theoretically if there was ever like a modded Skyrim, or not Skyrim, sorry, modded Assassin's Creed, or like modders were basically like, hey, I miss the old Ezio trilogy, let me make my version of that. That to me would be a beautiful thing. I just don't know if like Minecraft is such a unique modded thing that I don't know if it ever has any translate type of thing, like I don't know if Assassin's Creed like that could ever exist. But anyways, sorry.
And it really depends on like how much mod support does the dev themselves provide.
Yeah.
There's been various total conversions. I might need to place a torch just to be able to see what I'm doing.
Also, Fluffy, you got any other topics that you like wanted to run by? So you got the Warhammer thing that you're excited for.
And then so I was gonna say, it was like Barony's got a new DLC coming out soon.
Right.
It's it's been many years of development, but it's post-launch. It's been post-launch for a long time, so it's its third DLC, and for the first time, normally they do a new race that you can play as, plus a new class tied to that race. If you complete a run with that race, you unlock that class for anyone else other than humans. Humans get access to all classes anyways. But they're adding 5 new races, which are Salamander Paladins, Gremlin, what was it called? Gremlin Sapper, Gnome Bard, which was an interesting combo. But let's see, what was the other two? I forget the exact name, but it's like a tree or mushroom people, and they were I forget. I would have to look it up real quick. Give me a sec. I can do so. Barony, come on, Steam. Deserters and Disciples is the new DLC. So the 5, again, I mentioned the Salamanders that also can, and while they default as being paladins, anyone else can be paladins as well. So they apparently specialize into using a claymore and have like holy light and anti-undead and demonic attacks. The dryad,
bunch of characters. Yeah.
So they have the tree people that are the dryads. They can start out as a scion. So they're they show off the 3 new schools of magic, and they're specialists with the new magic types. So with this DLC, they're adding new types of magic that you can learn, which is cool. And so if you want to specialize with those new options, the Dryad Scion is the way to go. There's the mushroom people, the Myconids. So the Myconids grow a defensive cap that can be used to plant mushroom traps. So every race also has like unique mechanics. So, for example,
Gotcha.
one of my favorites is the automaton. If you play the automaton, you don't have to eat, but you have to keep yourself fueled. So you instead consume books and like coal and other such things. Hey, Red. But no matter what class you play, you also like technically your fuel is also like what you can use for magic. So they make some really interesting, like you can play an automaton that's a mage, but you're also like friendly to certain races. So most other races you play as are hostile towards humans. As an automaton, you're just a machine, so you're friendly towards humans. And also the succubi and incubi aren't interested in you because you're a robot. Whether they don't have
funny.
life essence to take from you, so they don't care.
Yeah.
So then, in addition to the Myconid, it comes with the class the Hermit, which is kind of using a bit of a druidic, where they use a shillelagh as a type of weapon. So they, I guess, specialize in like two-handed blunt damage. There's the Gremlin Sapper. So, interesting. If you're playing a Gremlin, no matter like other races, you can like transform and talk with various shopkeepers and such. Apparently, no shopkeeper trusts Gremlins. So, like, if you can't interact with shopkeepers no matter what, but you get a bonus, you get an extra boost. Like anytime you're like destroying pots and things, you get more loot. So like you're better at finding loot because you can't
And it's a
trade.
voxel type game?
Yeah, so it's a voxel
Like it's just
game.
like, is it first person?
Yes. So it is first person view.
Okay.
It has co-op, and they keep, every time they've done big updates plus the DLC, they keep expanding it more and more. I think it by default supports 4 players. Maybe there's ways. It has mod support too.
Wow.
And then lastly, they have the Gnome Bard. So gnomes apparently are good at finding gold. They are, but physically, some of the weakest race to pick from. So they're not great for melee. However, and while they're distrusted by everyone, their ability to fashion jewels may help to make friends. So like you have like a built-in jewel crafter, I guess, to then charm people to be on your side. And then they also come alongside the Bard class, which is like a buffing class. They can also use rapiers as a weapon, as a new weapon type. So it's pretty cool. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Barony's always been a fun time. A tough game, but a very fun game.
I was gonna say I gotta start hitting the hay a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I gotta do some stuff. But those games sound fantastic, especially that one. That one sounds like I think you, Red, and Bolty will have a field day playing it if they're interested in something like that.
Last
Especially with the fact that there's
I'll
mods.
quickly mention is another game I've enjoyed a lot was Raven's Watch, is another co-op roguelike, but it's a isometric view, and its focus is you're playing as a collection of folktale heroes. So everything from Scarlet, which is Little Red Riding Hood, but also happens to be the big bad wolf. So she's a werewolf.
That's cool.
There's Beowulf. He has a little dragon companion. They have, I think, the Lady of the Lake or some other kind of mermaid character. They have the Ice Queen, where Frozen's Elsa is inspired by. They have Aladdin, and he even has his genie. Though this version of Aladdin is the genie is his betrothed, trapped in the lamp.
Wow.
So he's trying to get her out of the lamp, but in the meantime, all he can do is like summon her powers. And they've reworked that.
Ideas.
So they have a lot of cool characters. The last DLC they did was Romeo and Juliet, a pair of characters that are meant to be played together, but it's a co-op game, so you have to have someone else play Romeo if you're playing Juliet. One of the two is a little more easy to play without the other, but together they have unified stuff where they function better if you're playing it cooperatively. But the latest character they just added as DLC is Merlin, and he has the most skills of any character has had in the game, where he has, for each of his ability slots, he has like an offensive, a utility, and a defensive, or however they call them. So he has like offensive is elemental stuff, so lightning, fire, ice, and they all have like different ways to use it. And then he has light magic, and then he has like nature magic. So the nature stuff is a little more defensive, the light magic is a little more supportive, and then the elemental is the offensive stuff. And it allows you to just like mix and match and try different stuff. So it's like, okay, I need to fight this guy off. I'll cast my stone armor and then do a lightning blast. Oh, well, this group over here is clustered together. I'll cast a fireball. Other things like that. So it's really cool. I'm excited for it because a lot of like the storylines has dealt with like Arthurian tales. You actually have like one of the bosses is an undead King Arthur. So you have to fight King Arthur, and now we finally get a character that has a direct connection because he was like the mentor of Arthur.
So it's like fables and references to media and all that stuff.
Yeah,
with
so
like Elsa
so it's really cool.
Sounds like a fun concept.
I do have like, at least 1 or 2 videos uploaded of us playing the game before, but I hope to stream it sometime when I get a chance, especially with the new DLC, because Merlin seems right up my alley of like a magical but kind of tanky character is just really cool. So
for sure, especially if he's got that level of complexity, it's gonna be fun to tear into. That makes sense.
So that covers pretty much all the upcoming release stuff. I had a third topic, but it was just like general gacha game stuff. If we want to talk about it, and don't worry about it for next. We'll save it for next time.
Sure, yeah. Well, gang, I have Bolty and Red who popped in. What do you call it? My topics weren't as interesting as Fluff's. It was just some weird questions I've been thinking about all week. One of them is that I got really into 3D printing, which is cool. Not really into. I got 3D printing coloring. I got into like the rabbit hole of airbrushing, which looks really cool. And then what was the other topic I had? Oh,
well, I hope you'll share that with us if you fully get into it.
Yeah, hopefully. And then there was this one question that was difficult for me, which I've you know when you watch a video and it's like maybe you're not this like you don't catch these videos, but I always get a lot of self-improvement type stuff in my feed quite a bit.
Right.
And one of the things that it gave me was it's like this person who basically said, ask yourself this question at the end of the night every day. And it's one of those questions that's kind of hard, but it's like I'm trying to think of exactly the right words they use, but does this thing, whether it's like playing a video game or whatever it could be, increase the likelihood I get my goals or decrease the likelihood I get my goals? And it's funny because like in the last couple of weeks, to me, one of the things I've heavily like kind of reduced is like playing video games to some extent and like doom scrolling, and all the kind of stuff is it pops up in my head of like, does this increase the likelihood to get your goals or decrease the likelihood you get your goals? But then there's also fun questions. This is kind of what I want to talk to you about, but it's like kind of fun things where like some things you do, like some people basically get like nourishment from video games, like they get basically like a respite. So like that is not wasted time or anything. If anything, it actually increases the likelihood to get my goals because I can decompress. Now, whether you need to play them for like an absurdly high amount of time, that depends on the person, correct? Right?
Right.
That's all those things I've been thinking about this week that I thought was neat. And then the last thing is that I wanted to bring up maybe is obsession. What is better, obsession or hard work? No, that's not the way to phrase it. Would you rather have obsession, hard work, or happiness? To me, I think I'd rather go for obsession. But maybe it's because for me, obsession is happiness. But yeah, what we call it? Maybe the next couple streams, or maybe next hangout. What does the Fluff call this again? Taco Tuesday or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we could talk about it. But forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, for not being super wired. I'm super tired. I woke up really early and worked really hard today, so forgive me. But Fluffle is here to take care of you for the next remaining hours that you have. Thank you, Fluff, for spending time with me and hanging out with me and all those things. Yeah, I'm off to go try to get some more stuff done. Take care, my friend.
Look forward to seeing what you stream this weekend. Yeah, and that's been gone for now. Yep. So we had some odd fluctuation, but it seems like it has resynced, I think, a little bit. But I hope you all enjoyed that. It was nice being able to talk to him about stuff. I'm glad I followed my assignment. He told me to go check or make a list of things to talk about, so and check off some of those from the list now. And otherwise, I'll just keep playing this. Soulframe's been fun too, but I'm definitely feeling that same kind of pull. Well, it will be a VOD, and I will make sure to get the timestamp set up as soon as I can. So that way you can just rewatch that section. Obviously, I have to wait until after everything's processed first, but I'll get the timestamps going ASAP. But got to share with him Soulframe a good bit, share like kind of what there is for it, and of course, even before he joined in, I was explaining it to someone else that was asking if I would recommend the game or do I consider it worth it, and I do, but what I value is not going to be the same as what someone else values, so I can't always easily provide a recommendation to someone that I don't, especially if I don't know what they like. But if it's someone like Grin or Red or my friend Svana, I would have an easier time knowing what they like, so I can be like, well, I expect this to be something they want. This person likes VR, this person likes a mix of things, or they want to be able to build an army or build a town and have something worth showing. The eyes of these guys are weird. Big slime frog, I think. I think the eyes might not be properly rendered, but... But apparently the elemental frogs are an additional mod that I added that they provide like different resources. So in the case of these, I guess they're just new things to fight. They drop some life essence. Maybe they are supposed to just have big green, big blocky eyes. Because I think they're kind of meant to be like slime frogs. Maybe. I'll have to look into it. Maybe they're not supposed to look like that. But yeah, I would... When asked, I would say personally, I like Hytale more than I've liked Minecraft in the past. I like how characters look. I like the art style overall. Has like definitely a little better refinement to everything. All ironically being all like pixelated and jagged to a degree. But I feel like this has a lot of good... Similar to what I said with Soulframe. Both have really good bones. There's a lot of potential in both. As long as people keep supporting it, as long as the devs don't give up on these games, there's so much. The sky is not even the limit for it. It's well past that. And the fact that this already has built-in mod support, the fact that I have 69 mods installed, and for the most part it's working just fine. It's mostly just add stuff to mess around with rather than replacing anything. I don't consider any of the things I have currently to be cheating. It's just extra stuff. My copper staff gives me early access to magic, but these are assets built into the game already. It's just they haven't been released or finished on the devs part yet, so it's not really power jump. Like right now there's only like one attack, which is this like little fire bolt, which I think the normal fire staff gets access to, and it does a little bit of damage. It's equivalent to like shooting an arrow without being able to charge up the shot for more damage, at least. But otherwise it's a melee weapon, which it's fun using a staff. I mean, even in this, they have proper animation for the character wielding the staff, so whenever it's idle, you just hold it there, which is cool. Yeah, well, it's a cool little niche game, the Dragon Quest Builders, but obviously it needed a sequel to be better, and games like Hytale and Minecraft are meant to be ones that probably last a very long time, at least 10 years, if not more. And then if they're going to make other stuff, it's going to be spin-off games. But one difference that this has over Minecraft is it has a built-in plan for mini-games. They've already showed off how they're going to have like a isometric view shoot 'em up kind of game they've teased already, and some of those assets are technically usable in the main mode, but there's going to be creative, adventure, and exploration. This is currently the exploration mode, but adventure is going to be different, where I assume you're not going to be doing building. It's just purely you play as like a character and you get loot instead, I would imagine, instead of the kind of more survival exploration system. At least that's my guess, or of how else could the adventure mode differ. Maybe it still has building. I don't know. We'll see. I did play just a little bit last night before the stream, so I just made like this little bunker thing so that way I don't accidentally fall into this small but still risky little mine shaft that just naturally was here. So I just decided to make that, and I thought it looked cool just using the different little marble roof pieces. Makes it like a nice little simple bunker. I did add a mod that makes it so the babies that occur also grow up, assuming it's working correctly. So whereas otherwise there was like 3 sheep here and only one of them was an adult. Now you can see there's at least 2. I don't know what happened to the third one. It might have wandered into the mine. It might be stuck down here. But alas. I think I also did a mod where baby animals will guarantee drop at least 1 piece of light hide. So if I ever come across one that gets killed, not necessarily by my hand, there's at least something to get out of them. Since right now animal husbandry is not a feature. There's a separate mod where someone was trying to add in the ability to breed animals, but right now it's like way too buggy and not really worth it, and probably causes more issues because of what it modifies, so I wouldn't recommend it for now. And at some point, I don't know if I can make them. It might be a different workbench. But one of these, I think... Yeah, they added it to the saplings. I can make metal-producing berry bushes. So this was called, was it Shimmer? Shimmer Shrubs, I think was the mod name. But essentially it's like, you have to get to certain tiers of the workbench. But at the moment, I can only make beech saplings, because that's only at tier 1. I have to get light wood logs and more, and greater life essence. But I can purge. This is one of a few options I have to get more of a material. So you make this permanently planted berry bush that creates metal berries, essentially. So it's like, oh, metal doesn't grow on trees, but they do grow on these bushes. So it takes enough, it takes a chunk to make it itself. So obviously it's gonna still require that I make these, but it becomes a potentially useful farm for me to kind of have this magically infused source of different metals once I unlock their respective tiers. So that'll be nice, because especially I need to get the this well, it's tier 3, which thankfully it's just one more upgrade. But iron I need a lot more of, and I haven't been getting much luck delving into the different mines so far, so I figured it was like, well, once I do get more iron, I can make up to 5 at least iron bushes, because it takes 5 berries, which is 1 bush each, 1 per. So when I get that figured out, I can at least finally get a semi-reliable source of iron. It's a simple one, but I got a mod that just replaces the appearance of the what I'm gonna call fertilizer. It just puts it into more of a fertilizer bag. I don't know if I have a good space for this. Despite having a nice little cozy place, I don't have enough spaces for a lot of this stuff. I mean, I could take up these pillar points. Guess that works. A little baking workbench. And I need to make a bread oven. There's even a baker's outfit. That's cute. Can turn wheat into flour and make dough from wondering, apparently you can upgrade the bench as well, but it looks like somehow you can, well, grinding with a hand churn? This thing. Neat. Okay. Where should I put these? Yeah, that works for now. So, one of the mod authors did a baking and a brewing set of mods. Well, I'm not necessarily one for alcohol personally, but for the time period that this is themed around, I think it's fine to have it. At least glad I figured out how to make the camera face me while in third person. Even works when in first person, actually. I mean, at the moment, you can get milk from different types of cows, like these. I think the moss horns also count. I don't think I've seen chickens lay any eggs. Though it is still a little funny finding what would be domesticated versions of animals in the wild. That's where, at the very least, the cows look properly wild, whereas the chickens and the pigs look a little out of place. But I do have a mod that's supposed to add visual variation to wild or livestock and horses that you come across, so they have different skins. Assuming it's working correctly, I maybe needed a additional mod to make it function. Oop. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's missing a texture or if they're just meant to have big old black coal blocks for eyes. Are you looking for a kayak, Mr. Bear? Because you seem to be moving around despite supposedly being asleep. And I imagine if the skins aren't applying yet, it's because these were not assigned to pre-existing entities. It has to be fresh spawns instead. Another mod I added was the ability to place just about any block into your offhand. So that way you can still keep your weapon ready if you're placing blocks down. To make the utility slot more handy than just holding light sources or shields. There's another utility item I got that I'll hopefully be able to craft soon. Which is an item magnet. So when I hold it or use it, they'll pull things in a radius to me. Well, there's already backpacks in the game. And I also did a separate mod that increases stack counts for common stuff that stacks heavily. So ores and things now go up to 50 per stack instead of 25. But yeah, you can get a backpack that gradually gets more and more slots. I just haven't made one yet. Trying to recall where it's made. I don't think it's armor. It's not the tanning rack. Oh yeah, I had a special helmet that just functions as a copper helmet, but it's also turns you into a werewolf. There's the currently yet to be implemented diving set, but I grabbed a mod that adds it in early. It's actually surprisingly better protection than my copper armor, which is a little imbalanced, but I guess I could prep that set and I can swim around more. So, and I need medium leather, of course. It's just been so hard to find. Maybe that's why it's significantly stronger. But it would allow me to swim around with a at least built-in system. But the modding's super easy in this game, so really aren't going to be needing to do much to make it work. Let's see. I might as well start delving. Let's see, the staff is two-handed. Stone frog. Here's iron. Bats need to lay off the beans. Oh, copper ore. Something I didn't fully acknowledge, but I think is cool. You can't strike stones and stuff with weapons. So you're not just gonna, like, risk breaking your gear by hitting stone and stuff. You can use it to cut, like, shrubbery and things, but doesn't collide with the walls. Fortunately, there's something a bit odd with basalt, where I can't place it on the wall, so I have to Real life. I don't go. That should be good. I think. Good night, Pulte. What? Scrap mace. Think because the thing kept leashing back to its little spot that it probably could have died faster. I was just wasting resources, which is unfortunate to find out. But good to know. I need to be more confident. Well, not overconfident, because that's a slow and insidious killer. I might be able to make some iron gear finally. Probably want to make armor first. Wondering if I can do the bucket of water trick for lava, so I'm gonna need to plan and bring a bucket of water. Wish I could lock slots, kind of like in Abiotic Factor, so I can sort everything else, but leave those alone. I'll leave the copper be for now. I don't need it. Although, if they add like any form of technology stuff where you need like copper wiring or something, that'd be neat. The mage died because it was standing in a spike plant. I'm leaving that be. I do not need to deal with that. Would like to get that. The drops, though. Let's see. I'll just use the cobblestone and keep that as a thing to fill in if I need to cross. Welcome back, Red. Sorry if I missed that earlier. 2 of them? I very much agree. The just ability to mantle up onto things is so nice. What am I playing, Doom? Where's my super shotgun and chainsaw? I think they get healed when they're on fire. Oh, thank you. take it with a grain of salt, but just heard that we might get another remaster shadow drop of similar to Oblivion. If this is accurate, we may be seeing Fallout 3 in New Vegas remasters coming. Which I wouldn't be too surprised, even if it is just rumor. If it's being handled by the same guys that did the Oblivion remaster, it should be pretty good. They've already proven they can do it in Oblivion and Fallout 3 and New Vegas all use like the same core engine. I mean, I know technically all of them use the same engine, but like Fallout 3 and New Vegas were Oblivion with guns. If you boil it down to that simplicity. Yeah, these guys aren't so bad. Surprised you can get meat with a bone. Yeah, well, I'd be happy to see it in better states now. I enjoyed both. I liked probably 3 a little more. I played a lot more of 3. New Vegas was a mess most of the time, without heavy modding to improve it. So I can only hope that the remasters actually improve its stability, not just be a visual coat of paint. There. Well, that's what I have this for. That's kind of cool. I can offhand the arrows if I want. Well, now, because I have the mod for that, but still. How am I doing? It would be nice to get at least 2 stacks of iron before moving on. That's all. Those guys hurt. Looks like that's mostly copper. Still copper. That might be... No, that's copper. That's one little feature I like. I think versions of Minecraft or modded Minecraft have the ore veins highlighted or glow. But it's always nice to not need a mod for something. I hope we can get some of this enemy type gear at some point. The shields, the fire swords would be cool. Any single stacks of anything I can grab? Just some bone fragments I don't really need. Darn it. There we go. I just want that ancient wooden door. Yeah, I'm not sure because I keep exploring new areas. Uh-oh, crap. Not one of those. No, thank you. But there's mods that include like ore generators and like I got the shimmer shrubs. I'll just leave that there. Oh, well. I could grab some of this wood. Cook the rest of that meat. Box. pick. I'd still like to get at least 10 more iron bits. I see some iron up there, but not enough to risk jumping up to that. Here's my exit. Didn't need to take the fishing rod with me, but I'm kind of stuck with it. Find one more. There's something. Anything. I guess I could drop the door. Nope. Pile of bones. Well, now I want one more stack. That's just how it goes, isn't it? Look at that. I like that. Attacks have cleaving. Good luck. think this is where it came from, so this is a different... This was a different earlier delve. Yeah, that's fun. I mean, granted, I pretty much went into the entrance that was like right under my home. And this stuff is still here. Don't need the logs, but I kind of want to grab the essence and the apples. Fibers I don't really need a bunch of. Not from caving, at least. Ah, it's the crypt. Well, that's a big storage thing, so... It's mine now. Normally the wardrobes don't actually act as any form of storage, but I have a mod for that. This is cool. Hey. Wooden shield. Interesting. Okay, that's a cool lantern. I might want to snag that too. Nope. Regular mage. Light leather. Oh shoot. I'm out of one-handed weapons. That helps, yeah. Forgot about that too, but we only like played it once prior. Rebel. Cobble. I don't need the brown mushrooms. The glowing mushrooms. But it's a light temple lantern. Vegetable skewer. A lot of them. I don't know how to use doors. No, we can. I don't know if it matters too much to be on stream at this point. Most of the story is kind of just straightforward. Ooh, silver. Well, I could grab a fresh copper. Shoot, what should I get rid of? I'm drowning. Yeah. Apples would be good to keep. Kinda. Technically, berries are better. The same. Boom powder, I don't know if I need for anything, but I kind of want to keep it just in case. Yeah, screw it. I'll keep the basalt cobble and drop the regular. Whoa. Mole rat? That's bizarre. how do I get out of here for now? Those blue crystals look neat. See if I can grab that. Blue crystals. Yeah, I don't need that stack of copper. Also, I didn't get a chance to test more of the Risk Rain mods. But I also saw that both Hunk and Belmont got updates, so we'll figure it out. Pretty cool that I went in from one entrance, explored around a while, ended up in another place, came out a different entrance, and found my way home. Gonna switch out this. Better looking. Yeah, that looks awesome. Maybe, though, I can leave these here for now. If I can get up here. Can I attach? Not quite. No, I was hoping I could hang it from this. No. Maybe. guess it can't. That kind of works. Like how that looks. I'll just stow it for now. the trash bin. Expensive, but just throw stuff away. I can now. This furnace I don't need. Just like that, it's gone. Yeah, getting that silver furnace would be pretty huge of an upgrade. Better than a gold. Needs a better noise. I definitely wouldn't be able to sleep with that. Chipping away normally. I'm gonna put this underground and that might muffle it better. Yep, that helps. Can't hear it from the bed, so that helps. To be fair, that's not an official item, so not a big deal. I just realized this mace is made out of a bunch of books. That's pretty cool, actually. Little spike stabbed through it. I hope we get one-handed axes and maces eventually, but the two-handers are pretty cool. That way, it's really low durability, so it's just kind of a fun thing to hold on to for a while. Wood frog. So I did look it up. Looks like medium leather is only from wolves or elks. But elks are in zone 3. Oh, I'm full. Wind willow log. Come on, little pile of bones. Well, an unintended benefit of the item magnet. Oh. Oh. Doesn't seem like it goes up blocks. Honestly, it's like I lassoed, tied a string to it and dragging it along with me. Nope, I moved too fast, or it fell. Oh well. Not like I really wanted to keep it. Is it there? Yeah, it's there. Can I drag it in now? It's caught on something. Oh well. see, to improve the crusher. Also need thorium and cobalt. I have this be the new leather storage chest. Oops. Where do I store the leather? In the leather box. Let's see, I don't think I can. Into the bin it goes. I'd be tempted to move the bin over here, and maybe the workbench. Yeah. Always. Okay. What did I just break? Oops. Oh, picking it up unupgrades it. Okay. But all right. What kind of wood can I spare for that? Ouch. So let's see if this is actually efficient. Yep, cool. So with the crusher, which is a mod, you can crush ore into powder, and then one bag of powder is worth 1 ingot, so you're actually getting more ingots for the trouble. Just need a better sound for the crusher. I like that there's always a fox hanging out so close to my home. Well, more than one, really, but still. Eventually I can make an iron mace. There's a thorium mace, it's a hammer. Then it's back to a mace for the cobalt, kind of mace-like for adamantite. Mithril, at this angle, looks more like an axe, but it's probably a mace. And then thanks to the one mod that adds some like special late game gear. There's Mjolnir, Helioram, and Maelstrom, which is a big anchor, which is fun. I'll probably go with Mjolnir. No axes, various daggers, which I get, but I'm not sure if they actually do different damage types or something, or if they're just visually varied. And these chromatic cleavers. Kind of wish they would make these actually take different resources, rather than it being all literally the same. But you can get a Guts Berserk sword, which is fun. And then I also added a mod for katanas. Separately. Although I might get rid of a mod that makes it so I can put almost just about anything into my offhand, because now it's labeling everything as a utility, so I'm losing track of what's two-handed and what's not. Okay, got my copper bushes and my one iron bush. Sure about additional watering cans. They don't seem to be any. They have higher capacity, I would assume. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I will be back. Give me a bit. I'll be back as soon as I can. So we got that. Oh, another of Crimson builds. I guess they initially were making a farmhouse kind of guide, and then they removed that video because they've updated it to be more of a just full-on survival house. Might have to try this build myself. I'll have to try making this as a second place, especially since this is more of a workshop, blacksmithing, smaller home. But I've got space nearby that I could use once I gather up the resources necessary. See, you got 2 carrots, so think I'll do a chest for the ore. And just store it there for going forward. Put it next to the grinder. Me. Okay, where was I wanting to go? Over that way. Have a reason to gather more berries now that I want to make the metal ones. Well, those wood frogs are giving me some interesting samples of wood, which is cool. A snake. And a penstock. Coming across new creatures. Oh, there's some more medium hide. Good. Okay, so the fish guys. Swamp things. Also provide medium. Snakes also give venom sacs, that's useful. Already quite impressed with the range of biomes in this. Some more ash trees here. Not sure if it's my magnet doing it, but it's just funny as I approach trees, they're just kind of exploding with pieces of things. Wait, is that? Okay, that's a Crash Bandicoot frog. He just dropped Wumbo fruit, didn't he? Come on. What can I sacrifice? Magic mangoes, funny. So because they look like Wumbo fruit, they have little Crash Bandicoot frogs as a mod. As part of the elemental frogs, that's funny. I love it. different blood plants. So I want to get more mushrooms because of the skewers. Let's see. Not sure if the nettle is actually for anything. Well, it's probably the alchemy stuff. Okay, so I actually found one of the other zones without I'm gonna teleport to it, I guess. Quebec Sproutling. And a little Quebec Village. Is that a friendly bear? No, it's not. Rootlings are merchants. If I had life essence to trade. Get the recipe for apple pie would be nice. Because they're shorter, you have to crouch down into their doors. Little wardrobes would be kind of nice to have. Snowy place. Whisper Frost Frontiers. Ah, yes. The Snow Cobra. The Snowbra, if you will. Hey, look, iron. Salmon. I grabbed the iron, but I was mostly just trying to explore around and see find anything new. Found an ice cave. I think this is cobalt. Oh, they've definitely done a great job with the sound design. Some woolly pigs. Yeah, that must be specifically meant to be a slime frog. Pigeon. Just made of life essence. Well, I think I discovered you can sneak attack. first void enemy. The tree sap. Essence of the void. Okay. Maybe I'll get void watchers showing up at my place now. Wow. I like those trees, they even glow in the dark. There's a big void creature. I could get more berries. Just come across all sorts of mobs. a sword. Out of arrows, gotta fit some more. Yep. And apparently I'm down 1 corn. mean, Azure logs. Well, I got a void heart, surprisingly, so I can eventually make these. I just need to get adamantite. Well, and tier 3 anvil, which I've not even upgraded the anvil once, so it's gonna take a bit. I need to get some more venom sacks and then I can upgrade it. Which means snakes and spiders. Perhaps scorpions if they're a creature in this. I should probably go turn in my memories. I don't know if I've... No, it's only 18, but still. Almost halfway towards Well, just about halfway, because 100 is what I get the access to the ancient gateway. Oh. Thank you, little bluebird. Flying close enough. So, one of the mods, Crunch, has it where this guy also sells potions in exchange for life essence. If, say, you don't want to or can't yet pursue alchemy with limited supplies. I will say though, I think they need to distribute medium hide better. Right now it's just a little too few of mobs. Some of the non-hostile ones should count. Like I would imagine the deer and probably the moss hides or moss horns. Maybe even the cows. Because it says for medium-sized wildlife. But very few things actually drop medium leather or medium hide. Almost everything drops light aside from then suddenly you get heavy with like bears. Maybe there's a mod for that I'll utilize in the meantime. Adjusts drop tables for such. In fact, I'll check now. No, and a lot of the mods I have been updated. Yep. Hide or leather rebalance. So, an asset pack rebalances hide drops so that you can get the expected hides from the respective entities. With bison and moose now providing heavy, and then antelope, deer, camel, cows, goats, horse, ram, and warthogs are supposed to actually provide medium. Well, supposed to. It's more what you expect them to provide. So I'm gonna add that in for next time. So long, nice number, I guess. Oh, sorry. There's a mod that does what I need it to in terms of rebalancing what creatures have medium hide, because right now it's very scarce. So a lot of the things that should be mid-sized creatures actually have medium hide now instead. So I'll just get that mod. Oh. That was the Forgotten Temple. I just went in and out of that place. To turn in the memories I was gathering. Which adds kind of a bestiary. a poop frog. So funny. Fighting those Crash Bandicoot frogs. Pumpkins. I've entered Halloween Town. Those are cute little lamps. Ah. Side quest or main? Aubergines. Bear. Well, looking forward to actually doing that when we get to it. Don't need the wheat seeds, but I'll keep the bags just in case. There's a big bamboo. Meat skewers. Oh. It's an elder. He has a face and ears. eternal pumpkin seed, which is actually really cool. Well, that's cool. Apparently, thanks to browsing some of the modding options, pretty soon we will, well, not soon, but at some point we'll see wands, or not wands, sorry. We'll see spears, staves, long swords, so I guess two-handed swords, and clubs, so one-handed maces. I need to put these away somewhere. Can I scrap? No. Well, unfortunately, I think I'm just gonna have to trash most of that. Keep the beds. But should be good weapon types eventually. I know Grin's gonna be excited for spears. I mean, I'm looking forward to spears too, but I was also just simply wanting one-handed maces. chest for that. I swapped them around. Although I realize I think I have... There we go. No, they're swapped around. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream here. But I hope y'all enjoyed. It was fun being able to chat with Grin. Every other Tuesday has been our cadence so far. Seemed like he at least got to appreciate both more info about Soulframe and what I've been up to in this as well. So hope you all have a good night. I'll see you for tomorrow's stream and those that come after. And until then, have a good night. And bye for now.